Okay, great. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone with us here today in person and on our webcast to the 11th Annual Sentinel Initiative Public Workshop, which is being hosted by the Duke-Margolis Center for Health Policy and supported by a cooperative agreement with the FDA. I'm Greg Daniel, Deputy Center Director of the Duke-Margolis Center, and I'd like to welcome all of you. And as you know, this annual public workshop is a gathering of the Sentinel community and leading experts to share recent developments within the Sentinel Initiative. This year marks the 11th annual workshop, which will be a two-day event, and I believe there's even a Regulators Day aimed at developing Sentinel-like system capacity and tools. The continued growth of and interest in the Sentinel Initiative underscores the incredible progress made over the last decade, moving from the Mini Sentinel pilot project to a full-scale and core component of safety surveillance at the FDA. These achievements are only possible as a result of a unique partnership and diverse range of collaborations that comprise Sentinel. We'll hear much more about this from key Sentinel leadership at FDA, including Dr. Woodcock, who will be discussing priorities and strategic planning for Sentinel's development over the coming years. As many of you are aware, CDER, the Center for Drugs, has also released a request for proposals. And while you may have many questions about the RFP, we won't be covering or addressing that in today's discussion. Also, although the Sentinel team will not be fielding questions about the RFP, I'm told there will be an amendment made to the RFP to clarify questions in mid-April timeframe with additional information that people can refer to ahead of the deadline for submitting proposals. What will be in scope for today's discussion is how FDA is collaborating with stakeholder groups and effectively using Sentinel tools and data resources to inform regulatory science and policy. We'll be hearing about key developments, including CDER's 5-year strategy released earlier this year, CBER's goals and roadmap for the BEST program, and CDRH's continued work to leverage Sentinel's data and infrastructure. Each of these innovative initiatives is contributing to the agency's goal of establishing Sentinel as a national resource that generates meaningful real-world evidence for a variety of purposes. We're looking forward to having a robust discussion on how these topics and others throughout the day, and I thank you all for your interest to join us here and support this important work. As I mentioned earlier, today we're honored to be joined by Dr. Janet Woodcock, who will deliver our opening keynote address. But before I introduce her, I want to spend a few minutes to quickly run through today's agenda and cover a few housekeeping items. Following Dr. Woodcock's address, we'll hear from the Sentinel leadership from across the centers at the Center for Drugs, Center for Biologics, and Center for Devices, who will highlight achievements and discuss center priorities for the coming year. The next session will consider CDER's specific achievements within the Sentinel system itself and plans to enhance key capabilities and data resources. This will lead us into our first break for the day, and following that, we'll then hear from the Center for Biologics, CBER team, on their development and use of the Sentinel initiative, specifically the BEST program. This will bring us to our lunch at approximately 12:30. We'll reconvene at 1:30 sharp to hear directly from key representatives from the coordinating centers participating in the Sentinel initiative and their experiences developing common data models, applying analytic tools, establishing partnerships, etc. We'll then take a quick break at 2:30, and before our last session of the day, we'll consider broader uses of Sentinel Initiative's data infrastructure for evidence generation beyond the use of the system for safety surveillance. Before I hand it over to Dr. Woodcock, just a few housekeeping items. I want to remind everyone that this is a public meeting that is also being live webcast online. The record of the webcast will be available on the Duke-Margolis website following the event. This meeting is intended to spur discussion, and we're not looking for achieving consensus today or voting or anything like that, but rather hear a variety of perspectives on these issues, input from all of you, the critical stakeholders, to how things are going within Sentinel and suggestions on future directions. To this end, we've reserved time throughout the day for participants in the audience to make comments and ask clarifying questions and pointed questions during the moderated discussions. As a heads up to speakers and panelists, Elizabeth Murphy and Kara Mercon will be keeping us all on schedule with signs to indicate how much time is left in your presentation. And I've emphasized that stopping the presentation so that we can have moderated discussion and hear questions from all of you is critically important, so don't be offended, speakers, if we cut you off. Lastly, this year's workshop will also feature a mobile app to provide easy reference to all of the event materials in one place in order to improve your experience at the workshop. I encourage you to download the app, and download instructions are available outside of this room via a big poster, as well as a handout leaflet about the app itself. Feel free to help yourself to coffee and beverages outside of the room throughout the day. And lastly, lunch will be on your own. There are a number of restaurants in the area. The mobile app can help you. We also have a list of restaurants at our registration table as well. So with that, I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Woodcock, Director of the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. As you know, Dr. Woodcock has been a key critical leader and driver of the Sentinel Initiative from its very beginning, contributing greatly to its success back when it was only a pilot program and much more prior to that. We look forward to hearing more about Dr. Woodcock's vision for the Sentinel system and its continued development as a national resource for evidence generation. Welcome, Dr. Woodcock.
Thanks, Greg, and good morning to everyone. Thank you for being here. And I want particular thanks to Duke Margolis Center for helping us put this on. I think it's very important to consult with the community at intervals and have people understand where we are. So it's really a pleasure to be with you all for this important discussion about the past, the present, and importantly, the future of a really significant initiative at FDA. This year marks the success of 3 full years of Sentinel system being a fully functional and integrated part of the regulatory process at the agency. In a short amount of time, Sentinel has proven to be a vital source of new safety information that can inform our regulatory decision-making and expand our knowledge of how medical products perform once they're widely used in medical practice. Indeed, what started as a congressional mandate in the FDA Amendment Act of 2007, and actually a little bit before that, as we were all thinking about we'd really want to do this, has given rise to one of the world's premier evidence generation platforms. The Quality Check distributed database has information on more than 67 million patients with federal or private health insurance, and cumulatively on more than 300 million patients across the time span of 2000 to 2018. This high-quality, curated healthcare data system preserves privacy by sending requests for analysis to the data partners who retain physical and operational control over their own data, and returns aggregated information to a trusted coordinating center that produces a unified effect estimate across the multiple sites. And what this does, the distributed database, is really the core concept that enables Sentinel to preserve privacy and be the largest multi-site medical product safety surveillance system in the world. None of this would have been possible without the enormous and actually essential contribution of our data partners to the success of Sentinel. And I thank the representatives of the data partners who are here today. We know that this has been a heavy lift and is somewhat difficult with various business models that may exist, and we really appreciate everyone coming together to make something larger than the whole. Their sharing of data and scientific expertise has allowed FDA to fulfill its important public health mission. By joining together, they enabled the creation of this invaluable resource for public health, and their continued collaboration has allowed us to further expand and improve the capabilities of Sentinel and really transform it into a true national resource. I think the Sentinel system and how it was done, and hopefully how we will continue to do it in the future, is a model for how FDA can work with diverse elements of the healthcare industry, researchers, and patient groups to accelerate the pace and impact of post-market safety activities. Sentinel and the FDA Catalyst program are also proving useful as a test bed for demonstration projects like Impact AFib that I'll talk about a little bit later, and creating opportunities to develop and evaluate the capabilities of pragmatic trials, for example, and mobile applications to collect patient-generated data that were prominently featured in FDA's real-world evidence framework that we released earlier this year. We're committed to continuing this successful effort to help sustain and enhance an infrastructure that produces the high-quality evidence that we need to guide FDA's decisions about drugs, biologics, and medical devices that we're charged with regulating. This tool must continue to evolve, though, to meet our growing evidentiary and scientific needs through the availability of rich data sources and reaching out to additional data sources. Now, as far as the past, over the past 3 years, FDA has been used by FDA in a variety of important ways, and I would like to share several examples. Sentinel data have been featured in numerous advisory committee meetings, providing important information on, for example, the safety of gadolinium-based contrast agents, a very controversial area where it's difficult to acquire the correct data. The rates of diabetic ketoacidosis that occur after various novel anti-diabetic agents are used, and contextualizing results that emerge from a post-market cardiovascular clinical trial, to name a few. Often we'll have clinical trials or we'll have a safety signal, and we really won't understand the context within what happens within the larger healthcare system. And Sentinel can give us that contextual information. It can be very important. Now, FDA has also used Sentinel to evaluate drug exposure during pregnancy to provide important population-level information about medical products such as the TNF inhibitors, and contextualize enrollment in industry-sponsored pregnancy registries of numerous drugs, including those to treat multiple sclerosis. So we need to know often how representative, how are these pregnancy outcomes similar to what we've seen in the background rates and so forth. And it'd be very difficult to gather that information otherwise. Sentinel also provided reassuring data on the safety of contraceptives, a really important issue, seizures after certain heart failure medicines, and it characterized pediatric respiratory syncytial virus disease to inform the development of novel RSV therapeutics. Sentinel also provided important information about the utilization of opioids and contributed to FDA's strategy to intervene to combat this public health crisis. And you'll hear more about that today in Judy Staffa's presentation, as you'll hear about many of the things I'm going to bring up. Sentinel was one of several successful initiatives that FDA has developed to drive innovation and incorporate emerging technologies into everything we do to protect and promote public health. Initiatives such as Sentinel, the CBER's Biologic Effectiveness and Safety System, or BEST, which is overall part of this, CDRH's National Evaluation System for Health Technology, are data-driven initiatives aimed at building rigorous evidence generation systems to produce that knowledge we need at the fraction of the cost required for previous efforts. And I can definitely attest to that because I've been in charge of CDER's budget for a long time. and I would have to fund long-term studies that would take a decade and be very expensive, and we'd have to wait an extremely long time to get the answer, meanwhile suffering under tremendous uncertainty and controversy. So what Sentinel can do often is provide us rapid answers at a fraction of the cost that would have taken in the past, and this is a tremendous benefit. So instead of launching individual one-time studies, we invest in developing advanced, sustainable analysis platforms that can be used multiple times to address a wide variety of regulatory and scientific questions. And so you'll hear more about many of these initiatives, like by CBER and CDRH, in this program. Certainly one of the key questions you'll be addressing today is just how does the FDA and its collaborators build on the successes to date? So what about the future? You will hear from Gerald Dalpan and Bob Ball about Sentinel's 5-year strategic plan. So we are trying to look out in the future and say, where should we be going with this? This strategic plan comes at an important time as we plan to award the 3rd 5-year Sentinel contract this September. It's clear that this plan, if we can execute it, our strategic plan is bold and will be transformative, preparing us to make the next significant step forward. But it also deserves mentioning that the plan represents the consensus of FDA's scientific and organizational leadership about where we should go next. We're excited about the possibilities that might emerge from establishing a new Sentinel Center charged with developing a vigorous scientific community, and another new Sentinel Center dedicated to advanced analytics, artificial intelligence, and advancing the science of analysis and curation of electronic health record data. And as you know, these represent the next frontier in computational analytics, and a very big challenge, but something I think we should take on if we are going to be able to use these data fully, particularly from the electronic health record. Both centers are proposed new additions to the main Sentinel Operations Center, where FDA conducts its routine regulatory analyses and maintains that vital distributed database of high-quality healthcare data. All 3 Sentinel centers are being proposed in the new Sentinel contract this year. The open, transparent, and competitive solicitation process will ensure that FDA has access to the best scientific minds to partner with and to build upon these successes of the previous 10 years that we have already achieved. In addition to the strategic plan, our work is also guided by our PDUFA 6 commitments, which of course we negotiated, and so we agreed with them. And this includes increasing the sophistication of our core capabilities that we already have, especially in areas of pregnancy safety, signal detection, analytic tools, and filling gaps in data sources. So these are all sort of deficiencies of the current system that we've identified and hope to enhance. We'll also improve our communication with sponsors regarding Sentinel queries, and we really want to continue to support efforts to facilitate public, researcher, and sponsor access to Sentinel's distributed data network, such as through the Reagan-Udall's IMEDS program, which you'll hear more about later today. We've always hoped that this could be a true national resource, not just for the FDA, but for other researchers, so that the best scientific minds around the world could be applied to addressing these problems. We're also in the process of internally developing center-wide comprehensive training and a standard operating procedures, so everyone within the FDA really understands what's going on. But I think this issue of making a true national resource for researchers, we're not quite there yet, and we really need to put our heads together and think how that could be accomplished. However, we're also guided by even broader vision to create a national resource for evidence development that also encompasses our real-world evidence programs and safety surveillance science. We envision uses beyond the evaluation of medical product safety and efficacy into biomedical science, quality improvement, and perhaps the learning healthcare system. Some of the work that's being done on trying to look at how to improve healthcare delivery of medical products, for example, and utilization and so forth. For example, FDA is committed to continue to build on our capacity in the generation and analysis of real-world evidence to inform regulatory decision-making about our medical products across the life cycle. Our real-world evidence framework that was published in December 2018 outlines our approach to implementation of this vision. It reflects a larger initiative that we have to explore and pilot the utility of a variety of real-world evidence types and technological innovations in evaluating medical products, for example, apps, devices, and so forth. As FDA moves forward to evaluate the use of real-world evidence for regulatory decisions about effectiveness, particularly of drug and biologic products, we will focus on three main issues. Whether the real-world data that would lead to real-world evidence, whether that data is fit for its intended purpose. Number two, whether the trial or study design used to generate the real-world evidence provides adequate scientific evidence to answer or help answer the regulatory question that's being posed. And whether the study conduct meets FDA regulatory requirements, say for the data collection and so forth. We see the Sentinel system as being a critical part of the next phase of our real-world evidence program. The Sentinel system, as I said, has been an unquestionable success, and so we'll continue to use Sentinel to test new methods and tools, including in the real-world evidence area. Through our FDA Catalyst program, we're leveraging the Sentinel system to accelerate access to and broader use of real-world data for real-world evidence generation for our regulatory decision purposes, all right? So a study called Impact AFib, which most of you may know about, will determine whether a patient education intervention distributed by 5 data partners to over 40,000 patients increases the use of oral anticoagulants and reduces the risk of stroke or TIA in patients with AFib. So this is not something the FDA usually does, is test interventions ourselves, right? However, we want to see if we can use Sentinel as a vehicle for these type of interventions. Then we can generalize about that to perhaps use of this type of data for studying other interventions. Also, the FDA My Studies is a mobile app designed to ease input of real-world patient data to support clinical trials, observational studies, and registries. It's open source and can be configured for several different therapeutic areas and health outcomes. And it supports the auditing needed for compliance with FDA regulations. So people can get this app and use it to collect data from patients in a variety of studies, and this is ongoing. Current demonstration projects with the FDA My App Studies app include Limit Juvenile Idiopathic Arthritis Trial. It's the first use of FDA Catalyst to support a pediatric trial. And the app will collect primary outcome from ophthalmology appointments, as well as adherence data and information on adverse events for the study drug with a drug diary part of it. And then the Spark Inflammatory Bowel Disease Registry, patients will provide repeated patient-reported outcome and responses from those meeting inclusion, and the responses from those meeting those inclusion criteria will be included in a PCORI comparative effectiveness study. So in brief, we're doing experiments using a variety of tools, often including using Sentinel to collect data to see how useful real-world evidence actually can be in the regulatory context. We encourage others to do this as well, obviously, but for us to have hands-on experience on how this performs, I think will be very helpful for us in evaluating whatever's submitted to us. And then there's a Reliance trial. It's a comparative effectiveness trial, a randomized real-world trial with 1,600 adults in each arm, and they use 2 different drugs, each of which are recommended by guidelines for COPD exacerbations. And we'll use a CMS linkage for outcomes and exposure, and we will test distributed regression methods in this particular use of the technology. So the Sentinel distributed database and analytics, as well as the availability of the data partners to contact individual patients, has really been a useful tool in some of these demonstration projects intended to support our evaluation of real-world evidence under 21st century cures. Collaboration between Sentinel and PCORI has also been critical in the past year, and we look forward to continued progress in that area because, of course, PCORNet has a lot more health records, electronic health record information. So in summary of all this, this workshop provides an opportunity to discuss the possibilities for the future and solicit ideas from the whole range of stakeholders that's represented here today. We really want to hear from you about how to achieve more ambitious goals over the next 10 years. What can we do that's really going to move the dial? And I know that several of my colleagues will be addressing many of these points in more detail during the session. But we are at an interesting time where technology and the use of digital data are coming together to really enable us to learn much more rapidly than we did before. And the question is, how can we best take advantage of this? What are the next steps we should be taking? Today, the Sentinel system has become one of the largest and most successful uses of big data in healthcare. A more efficient system that can generate much more high-quality evidence in shorter time, and I'd like to say collectively with less money, which makes me very happy as having to do the budget. Although it continues to develop, we've already realized many of the benefits that come from the ability to use real-world observational data as a tool to monitor medical product safety and identify and evaluate concerns. So we have this successful platform that was just a hypothesis 10 years ago. Now it's working. It justifies its own existence. We don't have to say, should we be investing in this anymore? We know this is a high return on investment system. The question is, what more can we do over the next 5 years? How can we really nail this and learn even more? I hope your discussion on this topic is engaging and productive. I again want to thank all the partners for their commitment to this important effort. This was the work of a lot of people, not just one organization or an individual alone. Each of you is essential to its success, and each of you is playing a vital role in finding new and important solutions to protecting and promoting the health of the people we serve. Thank you very much. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Janet.
So, should I answer questions, or am I done?
We are on a tight schedule, but
Okay.
if there's any...
I don't need to.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank you
much
all.
for the... I want to thank Janet for framing today. Also want to thank all of you and add my welcome to Greg Daniels and to Janet's at this 11th annual Sentinel meeting. As Janet said, it's a great time to reflect on what has happened with Sentinel, but especially looking forward. I can remember back in that legislative concept stage in 2007, where's the hope that this system could play a role in drug safety. And I think then we didn't have an appreciation for just how transformative Sentinel would be, not only for safety surveillance, but as you heard from Janet, to serve as a basis, a foundation for even broader and more substantial efforts to have a digitally driven, distributed approach to generating evidence, not just on safety, but through extensions in BEST and NEST and IMEDS in potentially a range of other areas. But while the trajectory is good and there's a tremendous potential, we are not there yet, and today's meeting will hopefully provide some further insights about how to take advantage of all these opportunities. With that in mind, I'd like to bring up the leadership of the Sentinel Initiative now. So if the speakers for the next session should come on up, we're going to hear about center-specific achievements, about high-priority uses, and about strategic planning for the continued development of the data infrastructure and the capacity to build that scientific community and build out the evidence generation uses of this general Sentinel framework in the coming years. So I'd like to introduce Gerald Delpin, the Director of the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology for the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. Thanks, Gerald. Stephen Anderson, the Director of the Office of Biostatistics and Epidemiology at the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research. Thanks for being here, Steve. And Denitsa Marnak-Dabik, who's the Director of the Division of Epidemiology in the Office of Surveillance and Biometrics at the Center for Devices and Radiological Health. Thank you, Denitsa. So we're going to hear some opening comments and reflections from each of these panelists, then have a bit of time for discussion and questions, including with all of you. Gerald, would you please kick us off?
Good, thanks, Mark, and I'd like to thank the organizers for setting up today's meeting. As Janet mentioned, Sentinel really has become a critical piece of our comprehensive post-market drug safety surveillance system at FDA. There's a lot to talk about. I don't want to go over my time, but you'll be hearing from my colleagues later today about some of these initiatives in a lot more detail. But I think that our investments over the last decade have really created a scientific capacity that is really different from what we had in the past, much more efficient, much more timely, and as Janet's mentioned, much more cost-effective as well. We have access to a substantial amount of electronic health care data that in some cases can go all the way back to the original medical record and patient encounter. This, along with the infrastructure of Sentinel, has allowed us to answer important drug safety questions in a matter of months and sometimes even in a matter of weeks. We've conducted over 325 analyses in the last 3 years, many of which have had a real direct and meaningful impact on our regulatory decision-making. You heard Janet talk about some of the ways the regulatory decision-making process has been included, or data from Sentinel has been included in informing advisory committee deliberations, as well as contextualizing post-market clinical trials, pregnancy registries, and other activities. Let me add that we've deemed Sentinel to be sufficient in more than 18 different safety issues that would have otherwise resulted in industry-required post-market studies. Let me just explain upon that a minute. If you go back to the Amendments Act of 2007 that set up, or that required us to set up what we now call Sentinel, it also gave us the authority to require companies to conduct post-market safety studies, an authority we previously didn't have. But it also put a limit around that, and it said that we could not require the companies to require such a study unless we determine that both our adverse event reporting data in the FAERS database as well as the data in the system we now call Sentinel were insufficient. So we've built in this sufficiency process, this sufficiency determination into our processes. And now we've determined that 18 studies that would have been industry-required studies now are being done by FDA through Sentinel. When we've used Sentinel data in more than 16 regulatory outcomes, these are posted online. There's a natural delay between when we get the result and when you see it. That's because there is an internal deliberative process that we have to complete before we can post something publicly online. The evidence that Sentinel generates is based on a sophisticated data quality assurance program, over 1,000 different data quality checks that look at completeness, validity, accuracy, integrity, consistency in trends over time. Each data partner applies these data checks to their data each time the data is refreshed. That's up to 4 times a year for data partners. And they're both automated and manual checks involved in this process. So when we go back to the beginning, the idea for Sentinel is based on the idea that science is rapidly changing and we need a program that can change with that. So toward that end, the Sentinel infrastructure allows us to keep evolving the type of questions it can answer, both with acquisition of new types of data as well as new analytic methods put into it. And we monitor the kinds of questions we're able to answer, but also the kinds of questions we're not able to answer, and then we build the system to answer those questions. So let me talk about some of the recent advances. In the last year, we unveiled a new routinely refreshed cohort of more than 4 million mothers and their babies to enable FDA investigators to study the effects of medications used during pregnancy. We've added a new pregnancy safety inferential analysis tool to conduct these studies and control for confounding using propensity score matching methods. We've introduced a new analysis tool to examine switching between medical products to help advance our understanding both of generic drugs and biosimilars. And we've introduced tools to examine the extent to which healthcare providers adhere to the recommended safe use conditions that are described in the medical products labels or in risk management strategies. This coming fall, we expect to build upon these new capabilities with new tools, allowing us to evaluate the impact of FDA regulatory action using interrupted time series analyses and also signal detection. Signal detection or signal identification is a really core activity of our organization. It's traditionally been done using spontaneous adverse event reports. However, the Amendments Act of 2007 stated that FDA will create a robust system to identify adverse events and potential drug safety signals. So while we've used Sentinel to date to analyze existing signals, we're extending the scope of what we can do to move into signal identification. We held a public meeting on this topic in December of last year, and you'll hear further updates on this to say. But in brief, we need a capability not only to study the signals, but to identify them in the first place. So we've started evaluating potential approaches, including tree-based scan statistics, information component, temporal pattern discovery, and sequence symmetry analysis. And we'll be piloting these and hope to learn from them over the coming year. We also held a public meeting in July of 2018 on another strategic priority in Sentinel, and that's to improve the use of electronic healthcare records, or EHR data, in Sentinel. We did this by focusing on a foundational question: how to improve the efficiency and accuracy of health outcome validation. Because Sentinel, I think as everyone knows, relies on data that's not collected or captured or created specifically for research purposes, it's important that we evaluate the algorithms it uses to measure the outcomes that we're interested in. And so we're launching specific review projects to validate algorithms for lymphoma, stillbirth, and serious infections. We're moving more into informatics, and evaluating how advanced analytics such as machine learning can address gaps when human expert constructed algorithms based on coded data can't fully meet the needs. This is important when we know the data are available, but not in a format that's easily usable. So that would be some laboratory data, radiology reports, pathology reports, things like that are often very critical for confirming a diagnosis. We're launching some new projects to leverage EHR and artificial intelligence to solve these problems, targeting outcomes of anaphylaxis, acute pancreatitis, and rhabdomyolysis. And we've recently initiated a collaboration with the people-centered Research Foundation, PCRF, the successor to PCORTnet, the largest network of electronic health record data in the United States. We'll be testing and evaluating how this new data source might contribute to the mission at FDA, and you'll be hearing from a representative of PCRF later today. Our interest in these areas to acquire deeper data sources and expand our scientific capability was described at length in our Sentinel Strategic Plan. This was published online in January and is embodied in our next 5-year Sentinel contract. And as Greg mentioned, we're not here to talk about the RFP or any details, and FDA staff won't answer questions about it. But let me, given its importance, just take a moment to share some of the highlights from the recompete process. We started talking about this over 2 years ago in our office, and we deliberately developed an open and transparent process with extensive market research. We knew that a lot changed, not only since the first Sentinel contract, but also since the second one. Data are more widely available, computational science has advanced, statistical methods are more sophisticated. There are new novel approaches to distributed data networks that didn't exist before, for example, blockchain. So to this end, we issued a public request for information, held 2 different public meetings to engage with potential offers, individually with 18 potential vendors to better understand their capabilities. This was all done in a consistent and open manner and documented everything online. Earlier this month, we even posted a draft request for proposal with an open and question and answer period. And we did all this to ensure open and fair competition, enable FDA to have access to the best available data, resources, technology, and partnership. But Sentinel is about more than just technology and data. It's clear that our investment in these areas to create a national resource will involve further collaborations, and toward that end, the RFP includes a request to establish a new center for community building and, importantly, expanding our international collaborations. At previous public meetings and perhaps at some meetings of the International Society of Pharmacoepidemiology, you've heard about our growing partnership with Health Canada and the Canadian Network for Observational Drug Effect Studies, known as CNODES. We've also recently begun another partnership with the United Kingdom's Medicines Healthcare Regulatory Agency, MHRA, and its Clinical Practice Research Data Link, or CPRD. So we're expanding beyond our national borders to make sure that we coordinate and collaborate with our scientific and regulatory partners globally. And toward that end, as Greg mentioned, we've added a 3rd day to the annual meeting, which will be for our international regulatory partners. So Sentinel's become a real engine for growth and scientific advancement in FDA. You'll hear a lot more about it from our collaborators today. I've focused largely on what we're doing in the safety realm because that's where it's traditionally been, but we're also interested in seeing how this can establish a foundation for the use of real-world evidence for efficacy as well. So I hope I haven't gone over.
Gerald, thanks. You covered a lot of material there. Thank you very much. Next is Steve.
All right, so I'm going to discuss the CBER accomplishments in the past year, and it's sort of been a whirlwind year for us since we last met. So BEST is our major program, so it stands for the Biologics Effectiveness and Safety System. So the initial 1-year program that we started in around 2016, 2017 was a great success. Through that first-year contracting, that was a very simple pilot program. We followed that success by awarding 2 5-year contracts in September 2018. And with that, we went from 1 partner in 2017 to now 3 partners working with us. So the 3 partners are Acumen, IBM Watson Health, and IQVIA Odyssey. But also along with that, we're a variety of academic partners. So what we've got is this really diverse group of people. So there's power in diversity because they bring a whole host of capabilities and data to the table that we hadn't seen before. So what improvements are we seeing with BEST, and what are the innovations? And I'm just going to say, when we launched into this, we said, we're going big into EHRs and we're going big into AI and machine learning and NLP. And so that's where our program really has started. So we're adding new EHR data analytics experts and support infrastructure to establish a system. Our primary system really is for queries, studies, and surveillance. So that's our core work that we want to do with one of the projects and the first contract. So we're excited about this sort of new evolution of BEST as we again have this diversity of EHR data sources, and it totals about 75 million patients that those data cover. And it's across an array of different healthcare settings, hospitals, inpatient, outpatient, clinics, skilled nursing facilities, and the like. So we have this diversity of healthcare settings that we have access to that we may not have had previous access to. So even more exciting, I guess, that came out of the contracts was we now have a new source of data that really links EHR and claims data. So the power of those two systems coming together really gives us a fuller picture of the patient encounter and experience. And so we feel that that adds a richness. One of our partners brought 5 million of those types of data, representing 5 million patients, to the table, and we're currently using those. We want to expand that because we think that's a huge growth area and a huge plus for these types of systems. And I will say also, what does it provide us with? It provides, BEST is providing CBER staff with more hands-on access to de-identified data. So we're doing this through what we're calling contractor portals. We don't directly bring the data in-house into FDA, but we have access to the contractors, servers, et cetera, where we can access a subset that's heavily de-identified. But that's really valuable for us in helping us conduct feasibility studies and analyses before we're going to go into full bore designs of larger studies. And so that's really been an advantage to us too. We're just starting to use that capability. It's come online recently and we're very excited about it. There's a focus again on the innovative methods, as I mentioned, like AI, NLP, and other technologies. A whole host of things that can be done potentially with these. Our two things that we want to achieve with the contract, though, in 5 years is one is semi-automated chart review, because chart review has been a slow point for us in many of our previous experiences with claims data, and then automated adverse event reporting, which means mining adverse events from EHRs and then populating an adverse event form and then submitting that to us so that we know that that adverse event is present and occurred. This is exciting technology. I think 2 years ago, Mark McClellan asked me a question about where I thought the future was going, and I had said just off the cuff that it was automated adverse event reporting. And so here we are 2 years later, taking a blue sky response to a question to something very new and novel. I will say that we believe it's very aspirational. We have no illusions that this is simple to do, but we think it's going to push us and be transformational in that it'll push into new areas. And it also complements nicely with the first contract of core activities, which is being able to do better studies because we'll have access to more adverse event information. Let's see. So our goal at the end of this sort of project with the adverse event reporting is really to stand up a strawman system in the next year or two where we're just looking at 1 or 2 adverse events and then trying to make sure that that process works, and then obviously expanding out the circle to many others. So, and we envision this taking a long time, but going almost product area by product area to execute this technology. And the same for the assisted or semi-automated chart review. We don't expect to have a fully blown tool ready to go immediately, but that's something that we're building over time, and we hope to have a beta version of that, and we have successes right now where we're starting to build that beta version. Hopefully within the next year we'll have that operational for beginning to use. Again, the two contracts that we have are complementary, with the latter providing that engine of innovation to fuel the first contract where we have the surveillance system that we built. So I think the question that we always get is, why did you go with BEST? And the question is that there's many important differences between our biologic products and the other types of drugs. So we found that claims-based systems didn't quite provide us with the clinical detail that we needed and the speed to address some of the questions. So we found that EHR systems could provide us with at least rapid access to medical chart data, but also kind of providing us with the granularity of that data that's needed to answer questions, for instance, for transfusions. You want timestamps to know which came first. Did the transfusion come first and then the adverse event, or was it the other way around, in which case it wasn't the adverse event wasn't associated with the transfusion. So knowing those types of things and having access to that information is really critical. And also having access to labs, to radiology, and a variety of information to verify those transfusion diagnoses is really critical. Again, we also want to speed up our access to chart data when we're looking at vaccine safety. If we get a signal on a system, we want to be able to resolve that within a matter of days or weeks. And not months. And so that's another advantage of having EHR systems. So just to foreshadow, Dr. Azadeh Choueib and Alan Williams are going to focus on the technical aspects of the overall BEST system and operational activities in the 11:20 session that starts later this morning. But remember, we're still in the pilot phases of BEST, but we're quickly moving to stand up sort of a more mature, fully operational system within the next year or so. I'll say that there's a lot more that needs to be done, obviously. So we're focusing in these first 2 years on the technical. How many minutes? Oh, 2 minutes. Okay. So CBER's been developing a roadmap as well, and I will say the roadmap focuses on those first 2 items, but then it has a lot of, I think, the thinking between CDER and CBER are very similar in this respect, and so we're focusing on real-world evidence generation, which we think is really critical, real-world evidence generation and the ability to do evaluation. We have a long record of doing real-world evidence generation work on vaccine effectiveness that has been done in CMS, and it's been led by Hector Zurrieta and Rich Forshee in our group. We've done some work in patient input, and we're going to continue to do that type of work. And Talba Roney in this session this afternoon is going to be sharing more on our efforts in that area. But as we proceed, we are also building the community of users and stakeholders. We've got a relatively pilot system right now, so we're obviously not focusing as much on the community. We have our community of contractors working with us, but what we want to do is expand the circle and bring in others. So our goal is to launch efforts to do that. I'll talk about more of that in that 11:20 session too. Let's see, beyond the priorities of the roadmap, we're discussing operations in the talk that I'll give, but there's other activities, and as Gerald mentioned, there's always this eye on our other requirements such as PDUFA 6, which has a big influence on the way we operate BEST. So among those, I'm going to be talking this later today about the sufficiency process that we're using for CBER Sentinel to conduct studies in lieu of post-market requirements. And I can say that I was just hand counting like how many we've had in the past just a few months, and we probably have had 3 post-market studies that we've done in lieu of post-market requirements. So that's been shown to be a value overall. So the BEST roadmap concludes with a summary of the current activities planned for the next 1 to 2 years and the next 3 to 5 years. Again, you'll be seeing that later this afternoon, later this morning in our session. So just in summary, BEST is starting to mature as its own surveillance system, real-world evidence generation system. Again, it's an EHR-based system. We're going big into the AI aspects, the NLP, and others that will advance critical areas for things like case definition as well, but phenotypic identification and automation of reporting, as we've mentioned. But again, we want to continue our efforts beyond those sort of technical components to continue doing outreach efforts, community building. And our goal ultimately is to build a bigger and better system always. We want larger and larger networks. This is a resource, so we want not only it to be available to FDA and CBER, but we also want to turn it back to the community and have it available to them. So the other thing we're doing is instilling a culture of innovation and constant improvement to advance the CBER BEST program to begin to kind of generate the high-quality real-world data and evidence to support the requirements of PDUFA and then the 21st Century Cures Act. And then I just wanted to thank my colleagues at CBER, the OBE Sentinel Core Team, my colleagues within the office, my colleagues within the center, and then our very valuable contractors who've been an extreme help in launching this work. And as Janet mentioned, you can never forget the data partners. They play an extremely important role, and we can't forget the contributions that they make. They're very important and very valuable. And with that, I'll stop.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Steve. Again, lots going on. Denitza?
Good morning. So I'd like to start with the following. Regardless where we sit in the FDA structure, whether we are serving the public in the capacity of CDRH, CBER, or CDER, the patients are at the core at what we do. So I couldn't see the more extraordinary opportunity than take a step back and take a patient perspective into fantastic achievements that had been, up to this point, achieved by Sentinel and BEST, and also talk a little bit about where we are going in the devices space, in the evolution of the National Evaluation System for Health Technology, and try to take that patient perspective to try to leverage those resources to make the evidence generation, appraisal, and synthesis better for our patient. The other glue that I see between the centers more and more is really this very renewed focus on the real-world evidence generation and putting more emphasis in exploring the use of real-world data sources to help us make our decisions better, faster, and cheaper. That's another very unifying force that is in the core of Sentinel, it's in the core of BEST, and I think it's in the core of the NAST. So, but let me tell you a little bit about devices. Devices are really very diverse spectrum of technologies. FDA regulates over 180,000 of devices that are produced in over 18,000 firms across the globe, and in even more than that facilities. So you can imagine how much of a diversity, both in terms of the regulatory implications, but also the methodological and the level of detail that's needed to do sophisticated analysis using the real-world evidence. So even though they are such a diverse area, and even though they had not been formally part of Sentinel, although always at the table and always participating in the growth of Sentinel and learning a lot from the Sentinel initiative, I think the impact of medical devices continue to grow. And when you look at the recently published Eric Topol's report, when it looked into the most 10 areas in which they're going to be having the actual opportunities to change the healthcare, many of those are regulated as devices. If you talk about the biosensors, robotic surgery, artificial intelligence, and many other areas in the imaging and automated imaging readings and others, we regulate them as devices. So I would say that we will have even more impact moving forward. So that having said about the actual need and what is the kind of the impact of us working together, but I'd like to reflect a little bit about how we've been using the Sentinel up to this point. You know, most, I think, advantage of the Sentinel program, the group that actually took the most advantage of the Sentinel is our signal management program. We formally launched the device signal management program back in 2012, and since its inception, over 150 signals had been identified, and over 50 safety communications had been issued, and many of them actually were able to be developed with the active participation of our colleagues from our CDER and our colleagues from CDER and colleagues from Sentinel. I will just name the few. You may remember the Women's Health Arena devices in which there were recently a lot of signals evaluated and a lot of actions in terms of the panel meetings that led to particular decisions, whether that be in the area of morcellators or SUI, MASH, or pelvic organ prolapse, use of MASH or sterilization devices, orthopedic devices. We relied heavily on canvassing what we can learn from the Sentinel data. Obviously, there is always that limitation that there is no unique device identification in the claims data. But again, there are certainly some questions that can be addressed even without specifically knowing about the device-specific information. We also always sat at the table, and we still do, in the leadership of the Sentinel, in the methodological committees, and try to, as I said, learn from a lot of particular areas of expertise from our colleagues from FDA and also from Sentinel partners. Now, let me tell you a little bit about where CDRH is going in terms of the development of the nest. And I would like then to reflect on what, from my perspective, would be probably the low-hanging fruit for moving forward on how we can work together in the future. So back in 2010, FDA, CDRH started thinking about what kind of improvements we can make in the surveillance system for medical devices. And at that time, we launched an initiative called MD-EpiNet, Medical Device Epidemiology Network, which was envisioned to be a test bed for exploring a variety of innovative ways of infrastructure and methodology development that can help inform the development of the national system for health technologies. And since that time, that partnership grew into an international one with several chapters across the globe and having access to over 100 registries, a lot of 700 and plus methodologists across the globe working in this public-private partnership. It's a really, truly ecosystem-driven effort. And that partnership was foundation that had been very helpful in helping CDRH put together the vision for the establishment of the national evaluation system for health technology. So all these efforts now fast forward culminated in 2017 when we launched the actual work on establishing the coordinating center of NEST, which is currently under the umbrella of Medical Device Information Consortium. And since that time, this center is actually marching fast forward toward the establishment of the data partners. There are currently 12 data partners, primarily the ones that also are partners in PCORNet, large health systems, and also the MD-EpiNet had been incorporated as a data partner within the NEST and primarily responsible for the for coordinated registry networks. And by that, what I mean registries linked to claims data, links to electronic health records, and patient-generated data. So we're planning to use the NEST for a variety of regulatory decision-making, not only for safety signals evaluation and management, but also to drive the cost and the time down in terms of achieving the faster, better, cheaper evidence for regulatory decision-making, ranging from expanded indications, and we are envisioning even nesting the clinical trials in the context of these data sources. So now, moving forward, how we can work together. There are many opportunities under the NEST umbrella that can benefit heavily from having input from Sentinel, and I would say vice versa, especially now with this renewed interest in electronic health records and ability to actually learn from the electronic health data sources. So I would say that in the context of coordinated registry networks in particular, when registries are very granular in terms of exposure data but not long-term follow-up, we can actually link them very successfully with claims data and be able to provide a better way of collecting the evidence long-term. The other areas in which registries do not exist, I would submit to you that, again, Sentinel might have even better role to play because there might be questions that in those areas in which it's not really wise or reasonable to establish the new registries, we might be able to learn from what is in the claims data and what is in the next generation of Sentinel. And finally, I would say with a lot of effort now to look into validating the claims data for a number of really important endpoints, there are some really interesting studies that we've conducted in which actually claims data become a very important tool even for randomization in the context of future studies. So now, those are the three areas in which I think we can actually start now to start exploring collaborative efforts. But I would like also to conclude that the gaps that are ahead of us are still wide. Let's not forget that our country is still 35 out of 169 in the recent Bloomberg report based on the health index. So again, we are here to change that, and we would like to make sure that the FDA is leading the charge in this ecosystem development. Recently, the Commonwealth Fund report lists U.S. as 11th out of 11th. Overall, in terms of the health outcomes and efficiencies and administration of it, and we still spend $11,000 per patient for the healthcare. And yet our life expectancy is declining, and I don't even want to go into the infant mortality and other indicators. So to say the least, FDA is the best position to, in fact, where we sit at the total product life cycle, to actually lead the charge and also be very much part of the ecosystem that can, in fact, contribute to our country to establish this really truly implementing the learning healthcare system that many of you here in this room helped actually vision. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Danica, and thank you all for, I think I need to ask that question like a couple of years ago for Steve about what's next. You all each laid out not only a tremendous amount of accomplishments, but some key gaps and opportunities and ways to fill them over the next few years. We have a few minutes for questions from you all who are here. So if you could, if you have one, please head up to one of the microphones. While we're waiting for people to do that, I was struck by a couple of cross-cutting themes. One is the increased reliance on electronic health records coupled with use of AI. I think several of you mentioned natural language processing too. Seems like the main applications there are around identifying or confirming diagnoses, identifying cases reliably. Maybe if you all could, if you want to, comment a little bit more on, since that does seem like a big next data frontier supported by AI and related techniques, where you see some of the biggest challenges and opportunities in that expansion out of Sentinel, BEST, NEST data sources.
Well, let me just start briefly. I think that, coded data are wonderful because they're organized and everything, but they don't always tell you exactly what you want. So I think there are nuances of disease or subcategories or subgroups that the codes aren't going to be sufficient for. They may be a starting point, but it takes going into the medical record and sifting through the information there to more precisely get the phenotype you want. I think there's also important covariates that should be in a medical record but aren't in claims data, such as body mass index, smoking status, things like that, that are really important determinants of health and health outcomes. And that might be some easy low-hanging fruit to start with. And then I think as we look toward broader uses, defining not only the outcomes but who the patients are in terms of genetic characteristics. I think if you look at a lot of what's going on in oncology, it's really based not only on tumor type, based on organ and pathology, but also on tumor markers and getting those informations, that kind of information rather, to more precisely define a population.
Okay, so I took a few notes, so I guess I would say accuracy, accuracy, accuracy. So I think, the first place we start is sort of looking at the coded and the structured data. So those are the easy fields to kind of look at. But those don't actually always provide the level of information that you want. So it actually probably is more informative to go to what we call the unstructured fields, and those may be the physician's notes, the nurse's notes, and those particular types of areas. And then trying to use those technologies to pick out key terms from those fields. So that's a real challenge. I think that's a real morass right now, and it's something that we're going to have to all, I think, work through and wade through. It's also the reports as well. So radiology, their radiology reports. it's the same thing. Those are almost, unstructured fields as well. The other thing, too, is getting the data into the record. So, for instance, the transfusion information into one place in the record is pretty critical. And so we can find that information in several parts of the record. So I think it's not only like the technology, but I think we've also got to work with vendors to kind of say, let's make fields for these particular areas of importance so that it's easier to actually access those types of data too. So those were kind of the major areas that I had.
So a couple of things from my perspective. And again, I'd like to, acknowledge a huge support that comes from the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Planning and Evaluation and PCOR Trust Fund program for us actually to undertake this initiative to try to put together the more emphasis on harmonization and interoperability between a variety of data sources. The reason why this is really important in the context of these coordinated networks is that it's not going to be one data source that we will be drawing the information from, and as much as possible to have the minimum core data sets that are aligned with between the registries, or adding the electronic health records also to augment that information that comes from the registries. And not to mention that a lot of data will not be in the electronic health records, but will be in the patient-generated data, to which we also have to put a lot of emphasis on. So I think the quality still obviously is an issue. And you may say that, sometimes we hear criticism registries are costly because of all these curation efforts, but there is no way around cleaning the data. You can do it this way or another, but at some point you're going to pay the price. So quality is one, transparency is another important, and the access to the data sources, which had been also one of the shortcomings of the registries that we hear constantly. So these are the efforts that we are trying to actually move forward under this new grant opportunity from the PCOR Trust Fund.
Great comments, and I appreciate bringing up the patient-generated data as another frontier, as you said, Denitsa, for bringing together what will, I think, keep getting to be more reliable sources of richer data for this evidence generation effort. I want to thank all of you, Gerald, Steve, Denitsa, for the overviews of what's happened and what's coming up. It's been a great session. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And as I said, we have a packed schedule today, and we're going to get right into our next session, which will go into some more detail on some of the key achievements and strategic directions for the Sentinel system, for all of these safety surveillance systems and foundations for broader evidence generation. So this session is going to focus on the achievements in CEDAR's use of the Sentinel system over the last year, and plans to enhance the infrastructure as well as some of the particular projects, some of the high-profile projects that the agency is undertaking related to combating the opioid public health crisis. For this panel, I'm very pleased to introduce Robert Ball, the Deputy Director of the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology, Michael Nguyen, the FDA Sentinel Program Lead and Deputy Director of the Regulatory Science Staff in the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology. Michael, thanks for being here. And Judy Staffa, who's the Associate Director for Public Health Initiatives in the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology. And I turn over to Bob for the first presentation.
Thanks, Mark. So can you bring up my slides? So this morning I'm going to talk a little bit about the Sentinel System Strategic Plan and some of the initial steps we're taking towards implementation. So first, a little background. Why did FDA develop this strategic plan? So there was a final assessment of the Sentinel system in 2017. That was one of our PDUFA 5 commitments. And one of the recommendations from that evaluation was that FDA should clearly articulate a long-term strategy for Sentinel. So it sort of makes general sense. But there were other reasons. As was mentioned already, we have PDUFA 6 commitments for the Sentinel system focused on improving how the system operates and communication and training. And they already outlined a kind of strategy that we were taking. So we wanted to take it the next step and formalize that. Subsequent to that work, the 21st Century Cures Act created requirements for FDA for a framework for real-world evidence for efficacy evaluation. And Sentinel, as you've heard, has already been working in that area in FDA Catalyst, but we felt that this all needed to be integrated into a formal plan. You've also heard a lot already about advances in data science, technology, and data types, and we recognized we needed to more systematically think about what we wanted to do in that space. And lastly, because of the opportunity for the Sentinel system contract recompete, we thought it was a good time to put out this plan as we were making that preparation. So the commissioner announced the Sentinel System 5-year strategic plan in January, and I'll just step through it here at a high level. So the FDA vision is for a sustainable system, a sustainable national resource to monitor the safety of marketed medical products and expand the real-world data sources used to evaluate medical product performance. As Dr. Woodcock said earlier this morning, that's really been the vision since Mini-Sentinel, to create this national resource that would broadly be used for medical product performance. So we continue that here. So how are we approaching it? So the first part is to enhance the foundation of Sentinel, but while maintaining FDA's 10-year investment. So we want to expand data sources and linkages, improve data infrastructure and methods, enable more effective use through operational improvements. So a lot of these are internal efforts that have been ongoing for a long time, and we'll really just continue those efforts in the next 5 years. We want to further enhance safety analysis capabilities. You already heard about ARIA sufficiency, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. And we also want to leverage advances in data science and signal detection, and Michael Wynn will be going into a fair amount of detail on that. We want to accelerate access to broader use of real-world data. So the key to this, as you've already heard, is improving our access to electronic health records, and in particular, linkages between claims and EHR data. And then we want to conduct specific demonstration projects using real-world data to generate evidence for efficacy. Fourth, we want to create a national resource by broadening the user base. So this really, the key to this is really evolving the Sentinel system operating model. And you've heard mention of that this morning. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then lastly, we want to disseminate knowledge and advance regulatory science. So this is something that we've tried to do from the beginning, and we want to redouble those efforts. In the last session, you heard already a lot about the innovation direction, and this really is a cross-cutting effort for all the main strategic aims of the strategic plan, and really ends up being the linchpin for how we think the system is going to evolve. So we want to use natural language processing and machine learning, and our initial focus is on outcomes, but as Joel Delpan mentioned, we can also expand into several other areas. Other types of advanced analytics, we're specifically mentioning machine learning, but there's many other possibilities, and we anticipate, given the rapid pace of change over the next 5 years, that there will likely be other technologies that we'll want to evaluate. Novel data sources, EHRs in particular, but also patient-generated data. Of course, there's a lot of buzz about wearables, and we'll see if those data sources become useful to us over time. Data interoperability, Aditya mentioned this already, and this I think is one of the most fundamental issues that we face. Every time we talk about how to incorporate new data into Sentinel, the common data model comes up. And The common data model is very important because it allows for the efficient operation of the system, but it also can be constraining because it requires a very intense quality checks, and we're somewhat limited by what data is in the common data model. So we have to think about how to improve the common data model and come up with a next generation version of it. And then there's emerging disruptive technologies. Blockchain always comes up in this space, although we don't necessarily know if we'll use blockchain or if there'll be other technologies that will be even more important. So I'm going to take a little bit of a deeper dive into two of the strategic aims. So strategic aim B, which is to further enhance our safety analysis capabilities. We held 2 meetings with Duke Margolis in 2018 in this space. The first was focused on increasing the active risk identification or an analysis or ARIA systems sufficiency, and Gerald already explained what that is. And the second was leveraging advances in data science and signal detection. So I'll talk about the first, and Michael will talk about the second. So the focus of this, the meeting on next steps to advance the Sentinel system was how do we improve ARIA sufficiency. So just a brief recap of that. Before FDA can require a post-marketing study of a company, we have to ask if Sentinel is sufficient to answer the question. And what that boils down to is, do we have the data on exposure, on outcome, on covariates? Do we have the necessary methods to answer the question of interest with a level of precision that we're comfortable with? We've done an analysis of all the issues that have come before us in the last couple of years, and found that Sentinel is sufficient about 50% of the time. And the primary or the biggest reason for lack of sufficiency are data inadequacies. And the single largest data inadequacy is outcomes. So the first answer to this question is by improving the efficiency of outcome validation. So you heard a lot of discussion of that in the previous panel already. So we've launched a number of projects in this area, just to highlight a couple of them. The 3 big bucket areas are chart review improvement activities. So we're doing chart review a little bit of the old-fashioned way, but with improved processes and also data collection so that the data can potentially be reused in an electronic fashion, so it's not just all on paper. We're also looking at how to expand the common data model to accommodate the data that is generated by these types of evaluations. And the third is looking at advanced analytics. So we launched a pilot project a few years ago in Sentinel looking at anaphylaxis. And one of the interesting findings from that is even though we use NLP to extract information from narratives, the method didn't really do much better than the traditional claims-based algorithms. So the reason for that has to do with the ability of the natural language processing approach we use to extract the subtleties around clinical diagnosis. So this project is taking a very deep dive into that, and we're hoping it'll generalize into an approach that can be applied across all different types of outcomes and give us a general system. So implementing strategic aim D, which is to create a national resource by broadening the user base. So you already heard mentioned that in the RFP that FDA has launched, we're asking for proposals around 3 different types of centers: an operations center, an innovation center, and a community building and outreach center. The operations center we envision will be similar to the operating centers that we have now, which will answer the questions in ARIA and also the FDA Catalyst program, but hopefully with improved data and and advanced methods over time. The Innovation Center will initially focus on the technologies around NLP and machine learning, and but over time, if needed, there can be additional innovation centers for new types of methods or new types of questions. And Community Building and Outreach Center is really one of the things we've learned over the last decade is that it's a full-time job just to communicate what FDA does with Sentinel. So the starting point is really meeting our need for communication, but also hopefully to reach out to scientific communities and elements of the public that haven't really gotten the message about Sentinel. And this just gives us the opportunity to focus that effort. The other thing that this new operating model gives us is the potential to evolve the Sentinel system in a way that would help us fulfill this vision of creating a national resource for evidence generation. So that vision includes having a broad range of Sentinel system users with open access by any party. So here you can see FDA as a central user, but academia, industry, other government agencies, international regulators, payers, providers, and patients. It can also create the opportunity for new types of analytic centers. So, for example, the FDA's analytics centers right now focuses on drug safety and effectiveness, but there could be other uses that parties outside of the FDA might be interested in. And an innovation center could evolve to create that opportunity. And it's all based on the Sentinel Partner Network with the FDA having its core use. And that would hopefully lead to this idea of a national resource that would be open to many users. So in summary then, some key messages are that we were trying to maintain and enhance the foundation and of the Sentinel system and FDA's investment. We want to diversify data sources, especially for EHRs and claim linkage, incorporate advanced analytics, broaden our touch points for participating in Sentinel development across a wider community, and then create this broader community of users that can use the Sentinel system and learn from the projects that we conduct. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Bob. And next is Michael Nguyen.
Great. I'm delighted to be here to talk about a topic I love to talk about, which is signal identification in Sentinel. So, broad outline, we're going to talk about three things today. I'm going to give a little bit on the background and motivation for signal identification in Sentinel. I'll give a brief summary of the outcomes from the recent meeting we had a couple of months ago on signal detection. It was a public meeting held in December, and it was a very important meeting in building support and clarity for the program. And then I'll end by talking about next steps in launching Sentinel's signal identification program, specifically that we are going to implement TreeScan on a limited set of drugs. We will develop internal operating procedures, and we will continue to advance TreeScan's capabilities and build a scientific community around it. So let's start with what we have to start with, which is the legislative mandate. And this is a non-trivial thing, to create a robust system to identify adverse events and potential drug safety signals. And why is this important? It provides programmatic clarity for us and points to a future direction. So let's define our terms before starting. So what is signal detection? It is a process of systematically evaluating potential adverse events related to the use of medical products without pre-specifying an outcome of interest, and that's important. This is broad-based signal detection. And we have several approaches to detect these new and unsuspected safety concerns, but they all have one thing in common, which is that they provide information about unexpected elevated frequencies of health outcomes after a product exposure. The other thing to note is that they not intended to establish causal associations between potential products and potential adverse events. And so they should always, 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 always be followed by clinical review and our safety studies specifically designed to quantify the magnitude of effect with confounding control targeted to that specific outcome of interest. So more on this more. So this is the basic paradigm we've been operating with since we've stood up Sentinel in 2016. There's a signal of a serious risk, we investigate it in Sentinel, and we contribute to the regulatory decision making. It's so easy and so deceptively simple that it took us 7 years to build such a system, and then another 3 years proving that we could do it at scale for FDA. So let's move this to the right. This is a right shift in what we're doing. And what we're doing now is not only investigating those signals, but we're also identifying signals in Sentinel. And so the public, there were 2 questions at this public meeting in December, and I won't go over in depth because it was a full day meeting and I don't have time. But the first question was, can Sentinel both identify and investigate safety signals? Because now we're introducing not just a one-step evaluation, but a 2-step evaluation. I was fortunate, actually, after college to participate in a archaeological dig in Israel. And one of the things that you learn about an archaeological dig is that, 1, it's not as glamorous as it looks. But 2, it's a 2-stage process. And the first stage actually involves pickaxes and metal shovels and machines to uncover and move large amounts of dirt. And that's essentially what the signal detection phase is moving a lot of dirt using very rough shovels, using large tools so that you can scan across lots of outcomes and find what you want. Then the second stage is when you use your precision hand brushes and your tools to really find the things that you want. So that's what we're doing here. What we learned about this is that doing this, at least in epidemiology, is raises some challenges. So when you identify and investigate signals in the same database, you have to be very careful. And one of the questions was, can we actually do this in the database? Can we use the same source of information to both find and clarify a safety issue? And what we found was that there was a strong scientific basis for doing this. And so long as if you meet these 3 criteria, and this is actually a slide from Mark Levinson, and I'll give him credit for this. So it is valid if the goal is to reduce bias and not provide replication. It's valid if the investigators control for type 1 and type 2 errors at each analytic stage in this sequence between identification and refinement and evaluation. And it's also valid if investigators pre-specify the analysis plans. And this is important so that you're not seen as data dredging or intentionally trying to find what you want to find. And then finally, it's valid if the results are transparent. So the second part of this scheme that changes when you introduce signal detection in Sentinel is about communication. We're very good already at communicating regulatory decision-making. We have established processes. People are used to knowing and wanting to know actionable information. What's harder is communicating signals of serious risk. And so you need to balance transparency with the inherent uncertainty of that preliminary data that emerges from the signal identification process. This balance between waiting for actual evidence and communicating as early as you can is not new. This is an article by Gerald back in 2012 that wrestled with this exact problem. And we came out saying, look, there are inherent uncertainties. To certain audiences, it can create problems if you have uncertain data, but we believe that that transparency is vital to having a robust safety system. And more importantly, it fits in lines with all of our other existing transparency principles. We had Section 921 that is related to fairs and publishing, routinely publishing signals that are coming out of fairs. The FDA's tracked safety issue process, which is our established process for communicating with industry about potential risks that we're actively investigating. We also have drug safety communications that communicate not only early findings, but also follow-up findings. And you'll actually see this if you look historically back at our DSCs. You'll have DSCs that say very early on that we're still investigating this, and you'll have 2, 3, or 4 other DSCs subsequently that show how the risk is evolving and how our investigation and our conclusions of that risk evolve. And then we have our own Sentinel-specific transparency policies. But the bottom line of all of these principles is that there's the overall concept of early communication to the public and industry of the safety issues we identify at FDA. And so the Sentinel system, even after we launch the signal identification program, will continue posting analytic code, we'll continue posting results of the signal identification analyses, and we'll continue to post our regulatory determinations and outcomes online. And these will continue to evolve with all of the other activities that are going on at FDA. So how will we do it? How will we do it? This is a slide that was used back in December. I think it was fairly well supported, and this is the template going forward. So you'll see here that it is a 2-stage process. You have the first row showing the results of the signal identification. You'll see there where the FDA will further investigate outcomes A and B in a level 2 analysis, which means that there were 2 signals coming out of that process, and we are going to further investigate them. And then the second row, hypothetically 10 months later, is the subsequent level 2 analysis. It is the subsequent refinement or evaluation of outcome A and B, and then the results that are posted online. So 2-stage process, 2-stage communication process. So how will we actually do this? This is another slide that we showed back in December. We will take all of the safety database that we know, integrate it, and from there decide which product should undergo signal identification in Sentinel. We will choose one product going forward. We'll study we'll choose a study design of the tool we're going to use. We'll conduct the analysis. We'll review and classify those statistical alerts, and then we'll integrate the results with other sources of information. And there's nothing new about this process. The only thing new about it is that Sentinel is now a tool about it, in it. We already do this at FDA. And from there, if we identify any outcome for further validation, we will do it. Importantly, the signal identification will be led by the divisions of pharmacovigilance and the Sentinel program team at FDA with support from the Office of New Drugs and the Division of Biometrics 7. And then the follow-up investigations will be done by the divisions of epidemiology. So, all right. So what are the next steps? I should, before we go to the next steps, I just want to review briefly that we've been carefully developing this program over 10 years. Obviously, that we have the multi-site distributed database that's privacy preserving. It includes private and public insurance data. We developed signal identification tools, then we developed alert investigation tools, and then we developed inferential tools for follow-up studies. All of this stuff has to be in place for this program to be successful. We also tested and developed those signal identification tools in multiple ways. We started with simulated data sets where we inject signals into there and see if the tool can find them, so that we knew that there was ground truth and that we can then test the method. Then we also did it empirically with real products. We did it on a whole wide variety of products done that were include vaccines, they include chronically administered drugs, that included other preventive or prophylactic drugs. So next steps then. So building upon that momentum, we're going to go forth in the next 12 months with limited implementation. We're going to select at least one or two, maybe more products. And from that early experience, we'll develop a framework around study design, timing, comparator choices, and things like that. And from that experience, we will then develop processes, training, templates, communications. So the next year is going to be important for this program. Meanwhile, we're still advancing the methods. This shows 4 important projects in signal identification. 3 are ongoing, 1 is planned, and will be started later this year. The first is, the first 2 have protocols online, is a methods comparison. We are testing and contrasting TreeScan with 2 other signal detection approaches that use a self-controlled design. That, as I said before, the protocol's online. Can't wait for the results. Really excited about them. Also, we know that in CEDAR especially, we're going to need active comparators. And we know how to do propensity score studies, but we don't know how to do propensity score studies for 8,000 outcomes at once. That's the challenge. And so the second project here is to develop a global propensity score that can be used across 8,000 outcomes. And we're evaluating 5 different versions of them that combine expert-informed covariates with empirically derived covariates. And another one that I think is going to be really, really helpful to us. The third is sequentializing TreeScan. And this is unbelievably important because right now we face the challenge of when do we do a TreeScan study. You do it too early, you can do it too late, depending on who you are. It's pretty hard to get it just right. And so if you develop TreeScan and you nest it inside a sequential framework, which is what we do, then you can run it multiple times in a statistically rigorous manner so that you don't have to guess and choose one point in time. And then the last one is leveraging TreeScan for pregnancy and birth outcomes. We have a lot of products that end up having 2 post-market required studies by industry. One is a database study, and one is a pregnancy registry. Uniformly, the goal of those studies is signal detection. And so there's a clear need for signal detection in pregnancy. So more to come. Lastly, we're going to build a scientific community, as Bob talked about around this. We just updated the signal identification website online. This is actually already old, this screenshot. We updated it yesterday again, and I'm behind the times already. But you can see on the left, we are going to keep building this out so that we faithfully disseminate information, share best practices, and help other people use the program, use the tools that are available. As part of that website, this is just a nice table. I know you can't see it here. It's online. That contrasts the 5 different methods that we currently have available or that we're already investigating in Sentinel. Some of them are available. We have the information component temporal pattern discovery, 3 versions of TreeScan, and sequence symmetry analysis. And you can see we organize it by how is the study design different, how is the test statistic different, how is it control for multiple testing, and how does it control for trends in healthcare utilization. It's a nice, easy way to bring yourself up to speed quickly. And we'll continue to develop this. We also are developing a TreeScan FAQ page. It addresses the most frequently asked questions. It's up online. We'll continue to evolve it. Topics include tree structure. Can we use ICD-9? Can we use ICD-10? Can we use MEDRA? Whatever tree you'd like to use. It talks about specific statistical and epidemiologic concerns like what is a TreeScan alert? How does TreeScan control for multiple testing and the role of chance in testing and things like that. And then our approach to historically to validate the method. And then we'll have a page dedicated to other folks' use of TreeScan, again, to build a scientific community around this. So if you use it, and I can find it, or my team can find it, we'll put it on here, because how you use it and what you learn is not only important to FDA, but it's important to others who are using TreeScan. So this is my last slide. I'm getting kicked out right now. Signal identification is both a legislative mandate and an important drug safety priority to FDA. A strong scientific basis exists for conducting signal detection, refinement, and evaluation in Sentinel, as well as for communicating safety information early. And FDA will continue to advance Sentinel signal identification program through developing internal operating procedures, continue to advance the tools, develop new tools, and building a scientific community. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Great to see all the progress there. Next is Judy.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to come and share some of the work we've been doing in Sentinel to try to help inform some of our decision-making in the area of opioid, addressing the opioid crisis. So, unless you've been under a rock, you know that we have an incredibly destructive health crisis going on in this country, and FDA is spending a lot of time, energy, and resource in doing what we can to try to help do our part to help resolve this crisis. So we all know that over the past few years, the crisis has morphed in directions where we're hearing less about prescription opioids and more about the role of heroin and fentanyl in prescription overdose, or I'm sorry, in opioid overdose deaths. However, I'd like to just point out and make the case that even though, as you'll see from the graph on the left, prescriptions for opioid analgesics have been dropping since their peak in 2012. However, if you look on the right, as we all know, and we're pretty devastated to continue to watch deaths going up, if you look at the blue bar, that's fentanyl deaths, and I think we're all reading about that every day. But if you take a look at the green bar, that's the role of opioid analgesics, prescription opioid analgesics. So I would argue that they're still important, they're still causing harm, and we still have a lot of work to do to try to decrease that. And as we learn from our colleagues at the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration, indeed, prescription opioids are the most abused class of pharmaceutical products that are reported in the surveys they do. And if you look at the second bullet, you can see how they actually dwarf heroin as a reported source of misuse and abuse. So we have claims data everywhere, administrative claims data. FDA has a lot of experience. We've been using these data to study drug safety concerns and continue to refine our methods for many years. But there's a lot of challenges. Opioid misuse, abuse, addiction, overdose, and death is a very different animal from the typical safety issues that we study, that many of us have spent our careers studying. So as we turn to these claims data that we are so used to relying on to help us with drug safety issues, there's a lot of challenges when we try to study opioid exposures and outcomes. And again, I won't be able to go into a lot of detail, but just to highlight some of the big ones, although in claims data we can get, and we know we get a very accurate record of a prescription drug that is dispensed to a patient covered under an insurance plan, we don't capture the other opioid exposures that patient may have. For example, those they pay for in cash, those they might buy on the street, as perhaps they develop opioid use disorder and their need for drug increases. These are also, remember, activities that I may not want to bring to the attention of my healthcare provider or my insurance plan. So again, there's more of a need to go outside the system. Trying to understand dosing, we often rely on claims data to estimate dose. In opioid realm, when you're talking about things that cause tolerance, when you're talking about behaviors that lead to escalating drug taking and dose, we can't always rely on those algorithms anymore. And very importantly, many of the folks who are actually experiencing harm from prescription opioids are not folks who have prescriptions for those products. Indeed, about half of overdose deaths, there is no evidence of a prescription opioid in a patient's record. So how do we understand the exposures to people who are not actually receiving the prescriptions, but perhaps they're in the household? And a lot of the policies we're undertaking have changed the coverage policies of the ways insurance companies are actually paying for these products, and we have to remember that as we interpret the results we see out of claims data. And then when we try to look at the outcomes, again, since many of these behaviors occur outside the healthcare system, we've been challenged to try to develop and validate measures that actually measure overdose, misuse, abuse. And many of the details of a specific product that might be involved in that overdose or that episode are often not available to us. And finally, only a small subset of deaths, which is the thing we worry about the most, are actually captured in claims data. So again, a lot of these deaths, as we know and we read about every day in the paper, are occurring outside. So there's some pretty significant challenges with trying to use our typical hammer to hit this nail. So FDA has been focusing a lot of our attention on a big problem we've seen, which is a lot of the opioid that is prescribed for patients but not used, and therefore hanging around in medicine cabinets and in homes. This summarizes some literature of folks who have been looking into and asking patients what they need. What have you been dispensed in relation to a particular surgery or procedure you've had? What were you described and how much did you use? And you can see this graph, the bars going across, actually represent the percentage of patients reporting leftover opioid. So anywhere between 60-ish to 90-ish% of patients have extra opioid left over. There's a lot of reasons for that, but the bottom line is this opioid is hanging around. And to add insult to injury, not only do folks hang on to this stuff, they're not storing it securely. It's basically there in case I need it again in the future. Why are we caring about these unused opioids? Again, because from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, we know that extra opioids in the home actually lend themselves to adverse outcomes, experimentation, accidental exposures. And indeed, the majority of people who misuse and abuse opioids report getting the drugs either from their own prescriptions or from friends and family. So this is an area where we think is very ripe for actually taking some public health action. So a lot of folks in the country have done different things. We're not the only ones who have recognized this issue. So a lot of states, a lot of health plans, a lot of municipalities have developed strategies to try to limit the amount of opioid that is prescribed or dispensed to patients. A lot of this is not evidence-based. It's basically just a knee-jerk reaction to try to do something to stop a serious problem. So these one-size-fits-all strategies can cause harm because, as we learn from a lot of these patient-reported studies that I showed you before, not only do a lot of patients have leftover opioid, that's a theme, but what patients actually need varies quite a bit between patients and between procedures, or depending on what kind of pain you have and why you have that pain. So these policies can, although well-intended, can lead to a lot of harm. So our goal, what we've been working on and what we now have a lot of support for from the support legislation, is trying to develop indication-specific evidence-based guidelines. This is a mandate that's now in our lap from the legislation passed in October. But again, we were already working in this space to try to understand how much opioid do patients actually need, so that as we develop guidelines or use our new authorities to develop packaging, we try to make sure that as we limit excess opioid, we try to hit that sweet spot where we actually give patients what they need to relieve pain. So to get to the policy questions, we said, well, gee, can we use some of our healthcare data to actually be able to support how to figure out how much opioids patients need? The literature is full of studies on different procedures, different surgeries, and asking patients, how much they need. And that's very helpful, and that's some of the most accurate information we can get. However, those studies are laborious. They focus on individual surgeries, and it can be tedious to do those across all the different reasons one might need an opioid. So we were trying to do something that might allow us to cast a broader net and get more information. So finally, I'm at the Sentinel portion of the talk. So we turned to our Sentinel colleagues based on some studies we'd seen in the literature where they used healthcare claims data to try to look at the occurrence of procedures, which are pretty well documented in claims data, and then look at the prescriptions that were given to adults who didn't have any previous history of opioids in their claims, and then try to understand, can we, based on the quantity of opioid in that first prescription, predict put it in a model, put in other variables, and try to predict the probability of needing another prescription. Because that could be a proxy for, I didn't get enough in my first prescription, I need more, I have more pain. So the challenge here is that we had to set a cut point, and as you see on this graph, we decided that we would pick the point where 20% of patients actually needed more, meaning that that first prescription actually seemed to meet the needs based on the model of 80% of patients. So again, it's not perfect. There's still patients that would need to come back and get more prescriptions. However, the environment now, as I showed you, we've got way too much opioid out there, so it's a place to start to rein things in. So these were some of the surgical procedures we were able to look at. You can see it was quite a long list, given that we were using, the Sentinel database with a lot of claims there, a lot of patients. So I'm going to apologize in advance to my FDA colleagues who did this work, as well as my Sentinel colleagues. Did an awful lot of complicated work in a very short time, and I'm going to distill it down to a soundbite, so I'm going to apologize right now for doing that. But the bottom line is, if you look at what's in the green box, these are just some of the results. We were able to identify some surgeries where, according to the model, there were very small number of days worth of opioid that most patients actually needed. So that can help us to be starting to think about which procedures, which patients may only need very small amounts of opioids compared to what's actually being dispensed to them currently. And then in this next slide, if you look in the red boxes, we also found surgical procedures where it looks as if what patients are receiving may actually not be enough. These are patients that actually need more. And this makes sense with what we know clinically about complex procedures, often involving bone, where there's more pain and patients may need more. Again, to be able to start to support policies where we can customize what we do to make sure that we're not harming patients while we're trying to rein in opioid use. So these kinds of analyses, and again, I'm showing you small pieces, but there are ways that we're using these data to try to inform what we do and our policies around acute pain. So we're going to be looking at variation, trying to support more customized solutions in the area of evidence-based guidelines of how to treat acute pain with opioids, as well as some of the work we're doing on trying to figure out, well, what size packaging would we want companies to make available for opioids that might meet a lot of needs. And again, this is just one of the sources of data we're using, but it's a very important source, and it complements beautifully the patient-reported data, because patient-reported data, as I mentioned, have limitations. These models, of course, have limitations like all models, but when we compare the results we get out of the two, we can actually begin to learn more about, because one kind of supports or addresses some of the limitations in the other. So I wouldn't be an epidemiologist if I were actually happy with the data I had in front of me. So I have to make my plea to say we need better data. So what do we need in the opioid space, and what would we like to see enhancing not just Sentinel, but all the administrative claims data out there? We need standing linkage to death, because if you can't look at deaths, you don't know what's happening that's adverse in relation to opioids, right? You're missing most of the problem if you don't have deaths, because so many of these deaths occur outside of medical care. We have worked with our industry colleagues on some post-market required studies to be doing a lot of validation work on some of the outcomes in claims data to look at overdoses and misuse and abuse. They've done a fair amount of work, but there's a lot more to do. So we really need to come up with a set of metrics that we can all be comfortable with, that we can use and assess their portability across different claims environments. And then I'm old enough to remember when we first started using insurance claims data, and we only had family IDs. We didn't have individual IDs, and I remember being really excited that we got to get individual IDs so we could look at individual patients in insurance data. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but we also need to now go back and pull in the family data, right? Because if we're going to understand what might be happening in a household, it would be very helpful to be able to look perhaps at an overdose event or at some kind of a signal of abuse. If we don't find a prescription for that patient in the data, can we see a prescription in that household? And again, better understand the patterns and what's causing these events and the availabilities so that we can target what we do. And again, constantly remembering the inadequacies of the data to study this problem. Can we be creative and start linking to other sources of data? Prescription drug monitoring programs that actually have cash-paying prescriptions, looking at treatment programs that have sources of other data like methadone treatment programs to create a more complete picture of the exposures and outcomes. We're partnering with some folks at Yale and actually working to link together data across the state of Connecticut. I know the state of Massachusetts has done this too, but these are our poster child, right? These are our efforts to show that we can do this at a state level and then think about how we do this in broader ways so that we can really begin to study this problem completely. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you all for some very thoughtful and actually pretty detailed presentations about applications and path forwards for Sentinel. We have time for a few minutes of questions. If anyone does have a question, please head up to the microphone and let us know who you are.
Hi, thanks very much. I'm Ed Bortnichak from Merck. Mark, you pointed out at the beginning, introducing this panel, that there are two broad lines that really have been discussed this morning, and I heard that as well. One is the concentration of work in AI, and the other is the concentration of work on signal identification. What I didn't hear, perhaps I missed it, I was looking for it particularly in Michael's talk, was the intersection between the two. If indeed you are planning to pilot uses of artificial intelligence to augment signal identification. Now, I can understand from Gerald's comments how AI comes in for signal evaluation, but I'm just wondering, have you seen connections there for signal identification as well? Thank you.
Thanks. I'll start a little broader than that question and then try to come back to answer that. So I think the FDA has said all along that Sentinel was not going to replace its other sources of data or other methods for signal identification and evaluation. And as you know, that's very broad. Clinical trials, adverse event reports to FAERS, medical literature, other sources. So focusing a little bit on the adverse event reports for a second, FDA receives now over 2 million reports a year, and we know that the companies that submit those reports have also large numbers of reports. And many of those reports don't add a lot of value, but there's a general desire to cast a very broad net in signal identification. So the ability to create a system that would do signal identification in a population-based resource is in some ways just complementary to that. But once that full system comes into play, then we can use those other data sources, such as FAERS and literature and things like that, in a more focused way to use them for what they're most valuable for. So, for example, spontaneous reports are very valuable for detailed information from clinicians about unusual events that occur very soon after a product is used in the marketplace. When thinking about this whole process, we really have to think about that sort of broad ecosystem. Now, where does AI, et cetera, fit into all this? So separately, we have a lot of effort in applying AI-type technologies to FAERS data, literature, how to find the signals in those data sources. I think for the population-based sources, our focus initially is trying to do this in a rigorous way, focused primarily around statistical evaluation. But all the improvements that I mentioned in my talk around ability to tap into EHR data, ability to have efficient validation of outcomes, if we're able to build those types of systems within Sentinel, then the same types of, or improved approaches to signal identification can also be applied to those richer data sources. So I think it ends up being all the data, the systems, and the methods end up being reinforcing. But right now we're at the initial sort of baby steps.
Another question? Yeah.
Max from Leidos. This question is to Michael. We really liked your analogy of archaeological to signal detection. I think it's very well fed and well articulated. My question is around your strategic plan to bring not just EHR data, other data as well, social determinants of health, and bring all kinds of data. But when you try to bring those data, and your example of archaeological trying to remove the noise, it's not as one method, one statistical method will fit for a signal detection, because when you try to remove the noises, you need sort of a dynamic pattern recognition or dynamic methods or techniques, because a model or a technique might work for one kind of signal detection. That's my first question. The second one is, when you talk about removing the noises, you get into sort of a web of causations. You need to control that as well. I think 5-year strategic plan talks about that as well. Have you thought about providing any tools or techniques or policies or framework regarding that? Because one leads to another. Vitamin K leads to vitamin K will lead to blood warfarin, and which comes first, and things like that. So controlling the co-founding and web of causations, and also dynamic pattern recognition. Thank you.
I think this will be the last question we have time for, but Michael, do you want to take that one on?
So the dynamic pattern, I'll say that it is true that the data are certainly dynamic. The data are constantly accumulating over time, and we have to make sure that the method accounts for that. And I think that's why we are being very careful in terms of moving TreeScan into a one-time analysis first, and then developing a sequential analytic framework around that. Bob can talk a little bit more about more advanced techniques involving network analysis and things like that for pattern recognition, I think is what you're really talking about. In terms of real-world causation, I think that's why we have a two-step process. And that's why we also started with signal evaluation and signal refinement first, and got that process down. You don't want to have a system that can only generate signals and not be able to evaluate them. You start and you make the system be able to evaluate signals, then you move it backwards, and then you start generating the signals so that the system is self-contained and can do the full spectrum.
So, yeah, I'll just add briefly. I think the current approach with focused on TreeScan specifically will work very well within the claims-based environment because of the tree structure of ICD codes. But as we obtain richer data from EHR, then I think we'll have to think about, are there other approaches that might look more generally around pattern discovery in data that perhaps is not in a tree structure.
And to talk about the thing we're not supposed to talk about, which is the Sentinel RFP, that idea is in there, in the Sentinel RFP.
Could you just a brief comment, or maybe brief you could address, this does seem like a significant addition of resources to sort of buy the pickaxes and develop the capabilities and data here. Can you comment maybe briefly on how much this is going to be a part of the overall Sentinel structure in terms of additional efforts, tools, and like?
Well, I think, as Michael indicated, our first year is going to be a limited engagement in this space because we don't really have a sense of what the resource effort is in trying to put this into a production system. And so we're going to learn. I think, we look back at implementing the ARIA process, and it seemed a very simple kind of thing, but because of partly because of the complexities of just internal management across so many different therapeutic areas and many different drugs that FDA regulates, it can quickly ramp up. So I think we'll have to wait and see.
Great. Well, it'll be a very interesting year ahead. Thank you all for the presentations. Judy, thanks for the very relevant work on a national crisis. We are going to take a 10-minute break now, and we'll restart again around 11:20 or so. Thank you all very much.
You okay? Okay. All right, all right. Let a few more folks to settle in. Welcome back. In this next session, we'll focus on development of the Sentinel Initiative safety surveillance programs and activities for CBER, regulated medical products. As part of this discussion, we'll explore key implementation priorities and strategic plans to further develop surveillance capabilities for these products. I'll now introduce our panel. We're very happy to be joined by Azadeh Shoaibi as the Sentinel lead at the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research. Alan Williams is Associate Director for Regulatory Affairs in the Office of Biostatistics and Epidemiology. And Stephen Anderson is Director of the Office of Biostatistics and Epidemiology. I'll now go ahead and turn things over to Azadeh.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to talk about one of the new programs that CBER has recently initiated. So I'd like to start by talking about what biologics are, because that's usually not very clear. CBER regulates a diverse array of medical products, and they are called biologics. They include vaccines, blood components, blood-derived products, human and human. Can you hear me? Okay. Human tissues and cellular products and others, and the kind of surveillance activities that CBER performs under different names, surveillance or Sentinel or BEST, those are all assessing the safety and effectiveness of these medical products that are called biologics. So CBER has certain priorities with respect to its surveillance activities. And when we are building a surveillance system, we need to pay attention to these priorities to include the infrastructure to accommodate these priorities. Some of the priorities I'm listing here, for example, we have evaluating safety of vaccination during pregnancy, use of natural language processing and artificial intelligence for signal detection, which is a question that came up at the previous session. Having a capability for pandemic preparedness, which would require near real-time surveillance capabilities and hence a shorter data lag in our data sources, and also emerging infectious disease surveillance and monitoring. So in October of 2017, CBER started to build a new active surveillance system, specifically targeting the biologics, and I'll explain the reason for that. This new system is called Biologics Effectiveness and Safety Initiative. It's the CBER Active Post-Market Surveillance Program, and it is a component of the Sentinel Initiative, which is an FDA-wide program. So before initiating the BEST program, we had been working with Harvard Pilgrim and using claims databases only, and also the modular program tools that they have for our surveillance activities. And our many years of working with that system showed us that biologics have certain characteristics and require certain accommodations and components in a active surveillance system. And claims data with about 9 to 12 month data lag may not necessarily be able to accommodate and meet all of the needs for surveillance activities of biologic products. So as a result, we started to build a new system. Also, we have to take into account some of the new legislative requirements for FDA, such as PDUFA 6 and 21st Century Cures Act. So to keep up with these requirements, we decided to have some upgrading done to the infrastructure of the active surveillance system and start a new system. So the BEST initiative has two main objectives. The first one is to build the data analytics and infrastructure for an active, large-scale, and efficient surveillance system for biologics. And then the second aim is to develop innovative methods using the EHR data sources and also establishing an automated adverse events reporting system that Steve mentioned. So I will be talking about the aim 1 in my talk, and my colleague Alan Williams will be talking about aim 2. We have awarded a few different contracts to different organizations that form the BEST initiative. And we are working currently with IBM, Acumen, and IQVIA and Odyssey working together, and their collaborators including Reagan Striff Institute, Columbia University, University of Colorado, UCLA, and Cerner. The BEST initiative has access to diverse data sources. IBM provides a large claims database that covers about 60 million patients. IBM also provides a linked EHR claims database covering about 5 million patients. Acumen provides another large claims database covering about 23 million patients. And then IQVIA and Odyssey provide another large claims database covering about 160 million patients, but also we have with IQVIA and Odyssey a distributed network of EHR data sources that cover more than 50 million patients. So because our network has access to diverse data sources, we pay very close attention to data quality and data quality assessment processes. So at each site, after each data refresh that is done usually quarterly or sometimes even on a monthly basis, depending on the data source that each site has and whether the site uses a common data model or not, a data quality assessment process is executed after each data refresh. So I'd like to now talk about some of the accomplishments of the BEST initiative that has been in place in the past year and a half. So we have built a distributed network of EHR data sources as well as claims and also linked claims EHR databases. We have reduced the data lag for our near real-time surveillance capabilities to about 3 to 4 months. We have analytic capabilities on demand, and that means that we have computer programmers who would be able to write ad hoc and customized programming for all of our analytic capabilities, and we would not need to use prepackaged programs that may introduce some limitations to our analysis. Because we have access to particularly EHR networks, access to medical charts for validation and evaluation of outcomes is much easier now. And we have built a portal for some CBER staff to have access to data and analytics for feasibility analysis before we start large-scale studies. So overall, we have improved the operational efficiency of our system and reduced the turnaround time for all of our activities. So with this BEST initiative, CBER has built a new modern surveillance system that is able to conduct queries and studies at different complexity levels. So in order to test the new system, the databases, the analytics, we have been conducting exploratory analysis and also descriptive studies on a wide range of biologics, outcomes, and also special populations. For example, we have looked at identification and exposure over time to different vaccines, to different blood-derived products, and also use different algorithms, particularly with ICD-10 coding system, identifying outcomes and special populations. Also, to test the system, we conducted we reproduced some components of a vaccine study that had already been conducted by a Vaccine Safety Data Link and published in 2010 by Klein et al. And the study objective was to assess the risk of febrile seizures in children receiving their first dose of the MMR V vaccine compared to having MMR and V vaccines administered separately but on the same day. So here I'm showing the results. The middle column shows the results from the original VSD study, and the column on the right shows the results from the BEST reproduction of the study, and the results were similar. CBER has been conducting activities called hemovigilance. And by that we mean we monitor development of adverse events in recipients of blood transfusions. So using claims data, CBER has been performing hemovigilance studies for a long time. Our experience has shown that claims data capture somewhere less than about 60% of all the blood transfusions. And they also don't provide detailed or granular information about blood collection and modification methods, which are very much relevant to safety of blood components. So with access to EHR databases, we found out that there is a relatively new coding system used by blood banks and other blood organizations called ISBT 128. And that coding system, which is basically a barcode that is used in the organizations, can capture blood transfusions at a much higher level. So ISBT stands for International Standard for Blood and Tissue. So we have incorporated ISBT coding system into our common data model of the EHR systems. And here I'm showing the results of an exploratory analysis we did in this regard. The y-axis shows the number of patients who received some kind of blood component, and the x-axis shows the years. The blue line shows the capture of patients who received a blood component using ISBT codes versus the orange line using a billing code. And as you can see, across different components of blood, and over time, ISBT codes capture a larger proportion of transfusions. I would like to move on to another capability that IBM has made available to us, and that is availability of a linked EHR and claims database. So IBM has a large database, a claims database called MarketScan. It also has a large EHR database called Exploris. And these two databases were merged, or I should say linked deterministically. And the result is a database that has both components from the claims, which provide the longitudinal healthcare data, and also the EHR database, which provides a detailed clinical data and covers about 5 million patients. So on this slide, I'm showing the comparison between the population in the CED database and the US general population from the census data with respect to gender and age distribution. And as you can see, there are some similarities and differences. So this linked claims EHR database is important for our surveillance activities because, as I said, it both provides longitudinal healthcare data as well as the granular clinical data that we need to more robustly ascertain exposures, outcomes, and other covariates of the population. So as one of the priorities of CBER for surveillance activities, I mentioned building infrastructure for monitoring safety of vaccines during pregnancy. So in line with that priority, we are currently running a project using this CED database for validation of pregnancy outcomes and gestational age using ICD-10 code algorithms in this database. So the first objective of this study is to develop algorithms using ICD-10 diagnosis codes and also HCPCS and CPT procedure codes to determine gestational age and also to classify pregnancy episodes as having one of the 4 outcomes of full-term birth, preterm birth, stillbirth, and spontaneous abortion. And then the next step is, the next objective of this study is to use the case definitions developed by Gaia as a reference method to validate estimated gestational age and outcomes classifications. So Gaia stands for Global Alignment of Immunization Safety Assessment in Pregnancy. So using the Gaia case definitions within the structured components of the CED, EHR portion of the CED, the clinicians will be adjudicating these outcomes derived from the ICD-10 algorithms with the assistance of a semi-automated chart review tool. So here I'm showing some preliminary results from this study in terms of the study population. We looked in the claims portion of the CED and found about 35,000 pregnancy episodes. Then we eliminated pregnancy episodes that did not have gestational age estimates in the claims portion of the data. Then we went to the EHR portion of the data and eliminated pregnancy episodes that did not have gestational age or last menstrual period dates or any outcomes in the form of SNOMED or LOINC codes in the EHR portion. And we ended up with about 6,000 pregnancy episodes for the study. So the next step for the study is for the clinicians to adjudicate these outcomes and the gestational age using the semi-automated chart review tool. So the tool has a built-in questionnaire and it abstracts the data from the structured components of the CED EHR portion of it based on the Gaia case definitions. And then the clinicians use this semi-automated abstraction tool to adjudicate these pregnancy outcomes. So just in summary, CBER has built a new active surveillance system that is able to run queries and studies with considerations in terms of its priorities and requirements. And this system provides a more robust method for us to ascertain exposures, outcomes, and covariates. And some of the characteristics of this new system that enable us to more robustly ascertain exposures, outcomes, and covariates include having a large network of EHR databases as well as claims, and also the linked EHR claims database. Access to EHR provides, as I mentioned, detailed clinical data and also the blood coding system. And the EHR data provide us with a much faster and better access to medical charts. We have reduced the data lag to a few months. We have on-demand analytic capabilities, and some CBER staff have access to a portal to be able to do a feasibility analysis on de-identified data, and overall, our operations have improved. I'd like to acknowledge a large group of colleagues and collaborators who have made all of this effort possible. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Azadeh. So now we'll go to Alan.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to discuss the best program number 2, for lack of a better name, which is development of new and innovative methods for automated reporting for CBER-regulated products. I spoke at this meeting last year, and because BEST was really just starting up, I spent a lot of time describing some of the challenges to conducting hemovigilance, or either passive or active surveillance, or for blood transfusion recipients. And it's important because that served as one of the major foci for BEST in the first couple of years. And I just reiterated a couple of the points here. That passive reporting to FDA for blood component AEs is virtually non-existent. Unlike other drugs and biologic drugs, required reporting is not in place, and voluntary reporting is really very low. There are some reasons for this. At the hospital level, there are a bunch of little entities without common data systems for the most part. And there's poor data interoperability, and manual reporting typically is what's required to generate a report. So there are some small hemovigilance systems in the country, but reporting is largely done manually. Also, there are limited resources for hemovigilance at the institutional level, so reporting tends to be burdensome. Blood adverse events, nonetheless, are important. They can be serious and they can be fatal. But they are rare, and diagnosis is complex. And building on one of the comments Azadeh made, one of the reasons that claims data for blood transfusion exposures tends to lack sensitivity is many of the blood components are reimbursed through DRG, so it's not there as a separate billable item. So that doesn't really work for defining exposures. And then finally, for other CBER products, where passive electronic reporting of product adverse events is required, there are many, many reports received, as Bob Ball mentioned, and to the extent that there are actually some AI processes in place to define those reports by severity and kind of triage them for medical officer review. So clearly, for many aspects, there's a need to try to refine the data coming in and make it more accurate. So the best 2 program goals are semi-automated data extraction from EHR data to define CBER product exposures, and then product-related adverse events that meet defined criteria. Then development and validation of descriptive case reports reflecting adverse events, And then finally, electronic submission of reports to FDA via the electronic gateway to either the FAERS drug or VAERS vaccine data systems. So the first work in BEST was a one-year pilot contract awarded to IQVIA, working with Georgia Technical Institute, Research Institute, or GTRI, working also with Columbia University, Stanford University, and Regenstrief. And this ran 1 year from October of 17 to October of 2018. And the slides that are headed in red refer to this pilot program, and I'll go over those first. But I'll also mention that in the course of the talk, I will also describe the current work, which is being done under a 5-year IDIQ contract awarded to several firms, but with a 1-year task order awarded to IBM Watson Health, which is the basis of the work I'm going to describe. So in the BEST 2 pilot, there was a limited time period and a lot of work to do, so we actually ran 5 parallel work streams. The first, I think, is one of the most demonstrative of what can be accomplished by applying machine learning, specifically NLP, to some of these problems. And what we were able to do was look into improved sensitivity and granularity of transfusion exposures compared to claims data alone. As Azadeh mentioned, we recognized by this point that the ISBT 128 labeling code was there in the blood bank. We just had to get to the data, and that pretty well defined when a transfusion exposure took place. But there's a lot of information that is not available through that code that would be useful to know. For instance, timing of between a reaction and a transfusion. So Columbia University, working with Georgia Tech, used NLP, applied this to transfusion nursing notes, which are a standard. Transfusions need to be monitored in the US and notes maintained during the course of the transfusion. And using NLP, we were able to define the components from a different angle, transfusion start and stop times, vital signs, and transfusion reactions that occurred during the course of the transfusion. These were assessed for 34,000 transfusion cases at Columbia University Medical School and Medical Center, I'm sorry. And manual chart review was done on 100 cases just to look at them. It actually showed 100% accuracy. So this is, I think, really proof of concept that you can enlarge the available data for a key event and make use of it in further defining your surveillance system. The second work stream is looking at a specific transfusion adverse event known as post-transfusion transfusion-associated circulatory overload, or TACO. Stanford University took the lead working with this with its own medical center EHR data. And although it wasn't completed, NLP-based queries were conducted and demonstrated approximately a 10% improvement in positive predictive value for identifying cases over just typical reporting. And this work remains in progress. It's not part of the current program, but we hope to be able to build on that foundation and continue it. And then similarly, work stream 3 looked at post-transfusion sepsis. Sepsis is a very rare event in transfusion, estimated based on the available data now to be about 1 in 100,000. And Regenstrief Institute worked on that, and we're able to identify sepsis cases that were validated. And again, more work needs to be done, but I think a pretty good foundation toward hopefully being able to complete this in approximately 6 months to a year of further work. Work stream 4 was really related to NLP platforms because any sort of extensibility of this program would require many of the processes to work in different EHR environments. And we found that working with a common NLP platform, in this case Clarity NLP, which was developed at Georgia Tech, can support efficient iterative NLP studies. It saved about a month or two in each of the processes. So it ended up that Georgia Tech was working with Columbia on a harmonized NLP platform and really made the work quite efficient. And then finally, was to develop infrastructure to support nationwide scale-up of computable phenotype-based case identification and automated report generation, i.e., can we identify cases and then write them to an automated report, send them to FDA, and demonstrate that the case was received. And this was accomplished on data used from the MIMIC test database, and we used a published TACO case, put those characteristics into the MIMIC database, pulled them back out, wrote them to a report, and sent it to FDA. So the little diagram here shows a tool that was developed during that part of the program called ESIP, which is now part of the Odyssey tool platform. ESIP is a center section there, which is able to query for data, either from a data coded to an OMOP common data model, or OMOP on FHIR, which actually looks at the FHIR database, or a FHIR server, which works independently of OMOP. Take that query, convert it to a case report, regulate the whole process through management APIs, and then send that to the FAIRS gateway. The group was successful in doing that, actually having the case received by VAERS and validated as meeting the criteria for an electronic report. So I think importantly, this program showed proof of concept for many of the elements that we were trying to accomplish. Future challenges identified by the pilot. One, will it be possible to derive granular timestamps from all the EHRs for events? Because the data should be there somewhere in the EHR, it's just a matter of making sense out of it. Can we establish time relationships? That would be very important. And then secretive, iterative computable phenotype development, where you're going through an NLP process and validation and NLP process, working through a common data model at each step is effective, but it could potentially be made more efficient, because CBER regulates many products, each have unique AEs, so there's a potential efficiency to be gained there. And then there's a need for collaboration with EHR vendors, because each system will be unique, and clearly HL7 FHIR holds potential to support eventual scale-up. Large group involved in the pilot, and everybody did a really great job on it. So an overview for the current work is to design and implement a scalable and interoperable active surveillance system using EHR data, and this is from MedStar Health, which is in the Baltimore, Washington area, to automate the detection, validation, and reporting of adverse events related to CBER-regulated biologic products, and for this year specifically blood components and vaccines. The mechanisms to be used are detection using both unsupervised and supervised machine learning of both structured and unstructured data elements, such as notes and lab reports from EHR sources in MedStar. Validation based on semi-automated or automated chart review, and reporting through an ICSR, individual case study report mechanism to the FDA adverse event system. The overall scheme for doing this is first, you'll see on the left, current state is preliminary data processing for MedStar goes through a conversion process where a flat file from MedStar AHR data is parsed into a FHIR encoded database and maintained on an IBM central FHIR server. This sets up the conditions where one can apply smart on FHIR APIs to do the sorts of work that I mentioned in the last slide, namely detection, chart review, and reporting. In a future state, hopefully EHRs will have FHIR encoding incorporated into the EHR. They could potentially work from their own internal FHIR server and do the same thing with EHR-specific APIs. And then hopefully, once these steps of detection, chart review, and reporting are developed on developmental databases, this can be rolled out to in modules to support other EHR development of this work and approach a national system in years to come. So what is a Smart on Fire API? It's a standards-based interoperable app platform for EHRs using FHIR. It extends the FHIR standard to support the development of web and mobile apps that can easily plug and play across clinical systems, and it serves as a standardized platform for provider networks to install and deploy applications on their EHRs in a standardized manner. Smart on Fire APIs actually are the part of the EHR data system, and they're controlled by the EHR owner. Within BEST, the objective will be to launch the BEST automated AE reporting system as a Smart on Fire app on several EHR vendor app sites, and this will significantly reduce barriers to extension across healthcare provider systems for both use and continued refinement of the tools and updates. There is a chart review that has been under intensive development by the IBM group. This will enable semi-automated clinical assessment with an intuitive user interface designed for physician use in reviewing candidate AE cases. This chart will serve as a mechanism for chart abstraction, allowing for simplified visualization of patient EHR information and facilitate clinical judgments. And the reviewers will then document information related to cases of interest relevant to specific adverse event pairings, including the exposure, the certainty of the adverse event, assessment of causality or imputability, and evidence for the conclusions, which would form part of the individual case reporting and algorithm training. This is not something you'll be able to read. It's just a mock-up of the type of dashboard that a physician might use in receiving an AE report, looking at other data, supporting data that comes from the chart, and making a clinical judgment as to whether that's a true report or not. So for this program, as I said, it's focused on both blood transfusion and vaccine-related adverse events. There's a small list of transfusion-related adverse events here. Probably the program will concentrate on 2, maybe 3 of them, such as allergic reaction and hypotensive transfusion reactions. And then vaccine-related adverse events where they might be facilitated by machine learning applications to some of the common adverse events. Not common, but rare, but recognized adverse events such as febrile seizures, allergic reaction, Bell's palsy, and intussusception. So to just capture the summary of the technical approach, the first step was infrastructure building, which has been going on up to now, which provides access to standardized EHR data, efficient chart review tools, development of feature extractors for structured and unstructured EHR data, and then to identify the biologic and adverse event pairings of interest. The second major step, which is has begun and is just getting underway in the second part of the program, is to develop machine learning algorithms. The first is foundational, where you actually take the case descriptors for each of the adverse events and apply those to queries of the database. And that's actually combined with unsupervised learning approaches to looking at the data and looking at data relationships that might not have been recognized previously, which forms a foundation for future supervised machine learning. And then the second step there is really the major one, where it's iterative, step-by-step supervised learning approaches, which are based on models that have defined from prior iterations. Then deployment and maintenance, deployment rolling it out to other systems. Obviously very important to maintain validation steps, as well as maintenance ongoing, maintaining validation throughout the program. and an and semi-automated reporting. Automated reporting would only occur where the index of confidence is very high in a given result. Otherwise, it would likely be semi-automated, where it would receive a physician adjudication as to whether it's reportable or not. So also some additional acknowledgements, as well as an acknowledgement that HR systems are many and complex, and not everyone out there is going to be as well characterized as the development systems that have been worked with on this program. So certainly there'll be some challenges as this moves forward, and we don't mean to imply that it'll simply roll out to other EHRs without additional complexity, which it certainly will have. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Alan. So now we'll turn to Steve.
All right, so let's see, how do I do this? All right, so I'm just going to start with a disclaimer because I'm going to be talking about the CBER Best Roadmap, which is still our roadmap under construction, imagine that. So it's still in the works, and it's going through clearance, and so, but what I can do is, and what I'm going to do is just give the overall conceptual plan, but obviously it may be subject to modification just given that it's still under clearance. The roadmap is our sort of strategic plan counterpart. It provides direction for BEST for the coming 5 years. This is an overview of that map, BEST roadmap document, so several of the components, and I just want to draw your attention, I think, down to things like the scope, which is number 3 and number 5. We have 5 major priority areas, and I'll talk through those in a bit more detail and then kind of skim through some of these sections. I'm not going to represent and talk about each section, just given that I have 20 minutes. So the vision here is that BEST is a preeminent resource for evaluating biologic product safety and effectiveness. It leverages the high-quality data, analytics, and innovation that you've heard about today to enhance our surveillance programs, real-world evidence generation with clinical practice that benefits patients. The scope of the roadmap. Okay, so the scope spans the next 5 years and is linked really to our current contracts, which runs 5 years. The focus in this discussion is going to be on BEST with limited coverage of our other programs, including the CBER Sentinel program and Sentinel Initiative. I'm going to emphasize the 5 major priority areas ranging from expanding infrastructure all the way down to communication. Those 5 priority areas are here. I'm going to go through them one by one as quickly as possible. For some of them, I'm going to provide a fair amount of detail, but I'm largely just going to provide highlights just given the shortness of time for the talk. So priority 1 is really similar to what you saw for CDER's strategic plan, which is really to grow and enhance our BEST infrastructure, and that's add new data sources for millions of patients with an emphasis on that really high quality, regulatory quality data. As Azadeh mentioned, we want to emphasize on-demand analytics in use in our analyses. We need to improve methods for key areas, and Azadeh touched on a few of those, and I'll touch on those in a moment again. And then we want improved access for FDA staff, so we built portals for hands-on access for de-identified data. So as I mentioned in my earlier comments, so that we can run feasibility analyses to better design larger studies that can be run in the system. You've seen most of this slide before. I'm highlighting the parts in red that are really the EHR-based data sources, and I want to just run down to the bottom of IBM. We also have that MedStar data, which covers 5 million persons. And then just above that is that linked EHR and claims data, which we believe is kind of the future for this type of program. But again, there's also claims data in there too, because we still need claims data for particular things. So we're not abandoning that. We're just putting more emphasis on the EHR sources. All right, so we're talking about our priorities for improving biological, the methods for some of these high priority areas. One you heard about from Azadeh, which is evaluating the safety of vaccination during pregnancy. That's a really important issue. It's an important issue in the international setting too, so we're continuing our work on that with linkage up to the Gaia case definitions. So that's, again, ongoing work that's been starting, and we're really excited about that because we've got, I think, a really great group of experts, but some good data by which to kind of start getting more, developing that method into more fulfillment and use. Signal detection, the use of NLP and artificial intelligence. I will just say that CBER is probably not going to be using tree scan to a large extent. What we're focusing on is the use of NLP and artificial intelligence. And just by the very virtues, we're using very simple types of signal detection because we're looking at known adverse events in the first 2 years of this work. So it's a very simple model, and I'll talk more about that in a moment. Pandemic preparedness is another important area, and emerging infectious diseases as well. Number 2 is really leveraging EHR data using those innovative technologies, again, AI, NLP, and others. And then the semi-automated chart review work was really covered, I think, in part by Azadeh and Alan, so I'm not going to talk about that. The automation of the adverse event reporting was talked about by Alan, so I'm not going to cover that as well. So that's 2 out of 5. I'm standing between you and lunch as well, so I'm well aware of that. So number 3 is really to support and advance real-world evidence to improve patient health. So in the real-world evidence generation and evaluation area, we have vaccine effectiveness work that we've been doing. We also want to talk about BEST as an accessible resource, and then patient engagement and input. I'm going to skip, and I'm going to talk very briefly about the effectiveness work we've done. We've been doing vaccine effectiveness work in CMS data for the past 6 or 7 years. Again, as I mentioned, that work's been led by Hector Azurrieta in my office and Dr. Rich Forshee. They've done some great work, and here's one study that is a comparison between high-dose and standard-dose influenza vaccine. And those results from the database align quite well with the sponsor study that was done. The sponsor study was 30,000 patients. The CMS was 1 million in each arm. So you can see the power of using these databases by having access to these types of data sources. I wanted to highlight one success for the effectiveness work. It's a study that was done for Merck's Zostavax vaccine for herpes zoster. It's a prospective observational study. It was done by Kaiser Permanente, and information from that study on effectiveness was actually incorporated into the label. So that's one success where real-world evidence ended up in the labeling. So one regulatory action taken because of real-world evidence. All right, we need to talk about BEST as an accessible resource and real-world evidence generation for clinical trials and post-market studies. We're trying to build larger and larger networks of EHR and EHR claims link systems. The goal being we want a system that eventually will be accessible by stakeholders where they can use those to run clinical trials or enhance their clinical trials, but also have the ability to conduct post-market studies as well. Again, we sort of have the mantra too, where we're also trying to build these systems, but it's sort of the better, faster, cheaper approach with the eye on improving efficiencies that really benefit patients. All right, so patient engagement and input. I'm not going to say much on this because I don't want to, Dr. Talbaroni is going to speak in this afternoon session. She's my deputy in the Office of Biostatistics, and she's going to talk a bit about selection of patient cohorts and mobile platforms. All right, so that's 3 down. We're on number 4. So building and engaging our community of users, collaborators, partners, stakeholders for the best ecosystem, another priority. So building the community and then access and use of BEST is really critical functions for us. We're building the community. So we have a small community right now of CBER scientists and our contractor scientists who've been working collaboratively, along with some of our academic partners over the past few years on BEST. But I will say we're trying to build these capacities and build closer ties with groups like the Odyssey organization. It's a research community. So we're in discussions with them to kind of figure out how we can work more closely together. I think the one thing that you have to realize between the two organizations is that FDA is regulatory and research, and Odyssey is really a research community. We're dealing with any research community. There's always going to be tension between those two because we may have higher quality for data standards, methods, et cetera, in the regulatory setting that may not quite match up with those in the research setting. So there's always going to be that tension, but we kind of need to work through that and find solutions to how we work better together. So again, it's not only building relationships with Odyssey and the research community, but building relationships with the professional societies too, and I listed several there as well. The next is really access and use of BEST. So it's sort of the same thing that CDER had mentioned, I think Bob Ball in his talk and Michael as well. Users can work collaboratively through the system, either through the Reagan-Udall Foundation or contact BEST contractors directly. The one thing is, I'll go back to the top of the slide, which is it really will await the stand-up of the BEST production system. So we're in the pilot phases, so in the next probably year or two, we're expecting to go to production, the production phase where we're able to conduct queries, studies, and surveillance, and then at that point, then start to make it available to others. All right, we're on number 5. All right, so number 5 is really enhancing transparency, communication, and then doing outreach. So transparency and communication, it's really doing the things that we're doing a fair amount of now, which is posting code, protocols, the results of analyses and studies. For BEST, we need to do that as we sort of, again, move from that sort of pilot phase into the more fuller production phases. And so we'll post things on the CBER website. Publications, conduct public workshops. So we think that that's an important thing to be doing. So we'll probably be doing those on an annual or semi-annual basis. And then training and outreach. It's not only training and outreach, though, of our staff at FDA. It's training, once we get the system up and running, the collaborators, users, and stakeholders as well, to make it, again, more accessible on how to use the system. All right, so I think I got through 5, but I wanted to talk about operations and other activities. So Bob Ball had mentioned the Sentinel sufficiency testing, and then also people have mentioned PDUFA 6 and CBER Sentinel. So I wanted to talk a bit about our process, which does mirror the CDER process quite well. So as you can see in point 2, CDER has the ARIA process, but we use a broader process which is using CBER Sentinel, which includes BEST, the Sentinel system, CMS, and any other data systems that we have available to us. And then just the requirements in order to think about doing a PMR, which is if there's a known serious risk, if there's a signal, or if there's an unexpected serious risk, that could potentially trigger a PMR, a post-market requirement. And then as others mentioned, there are reasons for insufficiency in our data systems. You might not be able to identify populations of interest, and so on and so forth, or the outcome, et cetera. So we've instituted and implemented the process for CBER sufficiency within our regulatory process. We're updating our SOPPs, and then we're updating our review memos, templates, which is for the Division of Epidemiology when they do their review of pharmacovigilance plans. And then we have a separate memo that we're doing, which will be done by the CBER Sentinel team to assess sufficiency. PDUFA 6, so a goal of ours is obviously to integrate Sentinel greater into the regulatory processes. We also are tracking uses of Sentinel, again, how it's being used. I'm not going to go into great detail on that. I will say, though, in the last 6 months, we probably have had at least, counting back from my memory, at least 3 post-market studies that were done in lieu of sponsor PMR. So again, showing that there is value to having this system in place. Going to summary. So summary is probably the take-home for the entire talk. So if you drifted off, wake up. So our short-term goals really are focusing on the things that Azadeh and Alan had both talked about. It's really kind of the technical part of what we're doing. And we as scientists have a tendency to focus on the technical, right? Because we like those things. But we do have sort of other goals as well. So it's the longer term goals in the next 3 to 5 years. We want to build this large network again. We want to support real world evidence generation and get that core production system, and then leverage NLP and AI again. Our goal is, again, bigger, better, and more, basically, is the message for the next 3 to 5 years. The long-term goals as well are sort of, we've got to do those things like building the community of best users and stakeholders, building more and high-quality partnerships, facilitating use of the system. We've also got to identify barriers and reasons why people aren't accessing the system as well. So we would do that through the public workshops and try to surface some of those reasons and issues, and then try to find solutions to that. And then again, transparency, communication, and outreach. We have a very small presence for BEST on the internet, and we're going to be fixing that within the next few months. So you'll see more of a web presence for BEST in the coming months. And then obviously training FDA staff and then external users once again. I wanted to acknowledge the many people involved in the project, our Odyssey collaborators. I dropped off the academics groups, but we're very thankful to those, as well as the data providers and our data partners. So again, thank you, and I'll stop there.
Thanks, Steve, and to all of the presenters. We do have a few minutes left. I'm going to ask one question and then turn it to the audience. And if you permit, I'm going to go off of the planned talking points and based on something that you just said, that you said in your talk, Steve, and it was around the use of the data and infrastructure that you're developing for effectiveness. And linking back to what Dr. Woodcock said this morning, she mentioned the FDA is also has building a program on how to use real-world evidence for regulatory decisions. That group published a framework on how it's thinking about how real-world evidence might be used in regulatory decisions. And one key area that was focused in that framework was around data quality. Real-world data quality, curation best practices, how we know that the data that are collected are of high quality. And it strikes me as you all have built BEST based on the need to go outside of the more traditional sources of real-world data to get better data for blood and blood products and associated adverse events. As you have dug into that data, what are you learning about the quality of the data, the need for additional or new practices in data curation that might actually be informative for other aspects of FDA as it considers using real-world data more broadly?
So I'm going to turn that over to Azadeh to answer, since she's the data person for the group.
So our work with a large distributed network of EHR data providers has shown that the community needs to come together and perhaps develop certain standards, because currently different groups, based on their experiences or the type of data they have, or whether they are using a common data model or not, have set certain internal standards for themselves. But I think this is a much larger issue that needs the collaboration amongst many different groups to build certain basic and higher level standards.
Yeah, and maybe it goes to, I think one of the slides, Alan, that you indicated was sort of collaborating more with EHR vendors to sort of help in scaling up. And, you know, it seems as you continue your projects and some of the ones you've illustrated, you're sort of using these new data sources in different ways. You might even identify, oh, you know, there are data quality problems here, and that might inform the community that you've assembled to start, you know, like new ways of looking at the data, you know, in terms of quality and curation. So any additional comments?
So let me just say that. So I sort of serve as the real world evidence lead for the office and the center. And I just will remind people that the framework document was one of the first documents to go out. I think there's a half dozen more slated to go out, and one of those revolves around data sources, and quality is embedded in those. And so we're not just relying on the public to actually make determinations about data quality. We're also going to provide some guidance in those areas too. So I think that's important to emphasize.
And hopefully the learnings here can help inform some of that. Great. So I'll turn to the audience. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rosalie Bright, and I work in the Office of the Commissioner at FDA. And I have a question about why the decision has been made to try to take adverse events that have been detected in the EHRs and turn them into adverse event reports to submit into the FDA's adverse event report system. Is it a management decision, a policy decision? Is there some science ideas behind it? I'm just curious to hear the thinking behind the idea of doing that.
So when we thought about that, so Alan may have ideas about that too. The idea was, how do we get these reports? So you're right, we don't necessarily have to have it submitted as a report to FDA. We thought about having it submitted as a table to us. But what we wanted was to have these data in perpetuity. So we thought the best way to do that is have it filed within our adverse event reporting systems. So that's really our underlying thinking in that, and maybe Alan or others have thoughts about that.
I don't know if you're asking specifically about one type of product like blood transfusion or the whole realm, but for current electronically submitted reports for non-transfusion biologics and drugs, I think it would benefit everyone to have these reports made not only more granular but more accurate. And because it is required reporting, I think developing a capable system would benefit everyone as long as it is required reporting. In terms of transfusion, I think it could produce data that's provided to other entities, either academics or professional organizations who could make use of the data. But FDA does have a draft rule that was issued in 2003 for required reporting for transfusion. Who knows if that will be implemented, but if reporting ever does become required, this hopefully would provide a more accurate and least burdensome way to do it without any sort of, thinking about whether that's going to happen in the future or not.
Go ahead.
Thanks a lot. Elizabeth Furstenberg, AstraZeneca. So, Alan, this touches exactly on that issue of blood transfusion as the example I'm going to use. So we've heard a great deal about detection, and maybe it's early days, but not quite so much about validation. So for a public user, and I'll use an example from blood transfusion, you quoted figures on the number of transfusion-related sepsis. So how would an outside user understand how those data are validated? So how do we know that that was not concomitant sepsis or perhaps transfusion-related immune reaction? How is that actually done? And that's not meant as a criticism, but more of a way for us to say, at this stage in the development of these very technological systems, how can a user differentiate or figure out just how big the grain of salt needs to be when we look at and analyze these data?
Perhaps inadvertently, you asked one that has a relatively straightforward answer, because for post-transfusion sepsis, really the way to definitively call it post-transfusion sepsis is to culture the same organism out of the residual bag as out of the patient. So if you see that, that's probability-wise, that's really a pretty good likelihood that the transfusion caused the sepsis. Beyond that, 1 in 100,000, it's a difficult diagnosis to make in light of all sorts of nosocomial infections going on. That 1 in 100,000 could be less if we get the systems to better define it. So I think things like that would help a physician really pin down truth.
Okay, so I chose the wrong example, obviously. Oh, well. But my question really is a little bit more general than that, which is, this is difficult stuff. So how does an outside user look at this and get a sense for how far along we are in validating the signals that we're detecting? And is that a question of quality, or is that a different question from validation?
Not sure entirely how to answer that. I mean, one additional challenge is the diagnoses for some of these things, like ones where there are respiratory implications, like Taco and Trolley. There's been a lot of work done for decades to define, how to provide case definitions, and even then, when you try to apply something like natural language processing, you find a lot of vagaries in what constitutes, an infiltrate on a radiologic exam. So I think that's got to evolve. We're hoping that perhaps some of the AI might actually help to fine-tune some of these case definitions and provide a basis for validity, but in certain sense, there's going to remain some vagary until that happens.
Yeah, and I just sort of add on to this is that, a lot of the validation that typically gets done goes back to the medical chart or the electronic medical record, which you're using in your data anyway. And so in the example of sepsis, you'd be able to validate that if it were documented in the chart. I presume that what was cultured from the bag was the same thing as what was cultured from the patient, and so you'd be looking with your tools, you'd be looking in your data source for those sort of confirmatory results or procedures that are sort of associated with that.
But we wouldn't just be relying on the AI, so we're not going to so the AI will learn, obviously, and it will have a certain amount of accuracy, but we wouldn't just leave it alone at that. So we wouldn't let it submit. It'll submit into systems, let's say, but then we would go back in and then probably do samples and then just check on whether, and validate those results and make sure that it's maintaining the level of validity that we deem appropriate. So and presumably that's quite high.
Okay, time for one more question.
I'm also interested in outcome validation. Margie Goulding, CEDAR, Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology. Could you talk maybe about spontaneous abortion, miscarriage, and how you validate that in the EHR?
So we are using the Gaia case definitions, and there are specific data elements, components, and parameters with different levels of certainty that the Gaia definition provides. So we will be taking those data elements that would be in the EHR portion of the CED, and the cases that have been selected using the ICD-10 and procedure codes, we would be comparing those cases based with the Gaia definitions that the OBGYN clinician adjudicators will be using to see whether they are real cases or not. But the standard method we are using are Gaia case definitions.
Okay.
Starting with ICD-10.
ICD-10.
Starting with ICD-10 and procedure codes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So that brings us to the end of the session. I'd like to thank the panelists for a wonderful presentation, provide a lot of information about what's happening with BEST. As I said before, lunch will be on your own. There are a list of restaurants in the area. Sarah Saprisi at our registration desk. Also, you can use the mobile app. We'll reconvene exactly at 1:30 to begin our next session. Thank you. Rich's. Go ahead and get started for our afternoon sessions. If I can ask you to start taking your seats. Okay, well, this morning we heard a lot about and from FDA about how FDA is leveraging the Sentinel initiative for post-market safety surveillance activities. This afternoon we're going to change gears a little bit and going to hear from a broader frame a little bit more about how stakeholders outside of the FDA are building and utilizing the suite of tools and data resources. For this next session, we'll hear from representatives from the Sentinel Initiative coordinating centers who will discuss their experiences developing and using these tools and common data models for safety surveillance purposes. I'd like to introduce our first set of speakers, which will include Christian Reich, Vice President, Real World Analytics Solutions at IQVIA, Thomas McCurdy, Senior Research Director at Acumen, and Timothy Steitley, Vice President and Partner at Federal Healthcare, IBM Global Business Services Public Service. After that set of presentations, we'll pause briefly for some clarifying questions from the group, and then we'll turn things over to Richard Platt, who's a professor and chair of the Department of Population Medicine at Harvard Medical School and executive director of the Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare Institute. So with that, I'll turn things right over to Christian, and I think we're going to go ahead and speak from the from the table. So Christian, go ahead. No, we'll start with you.
We're starting with me. That's very good. I wanted to. I was intending to refer to what Rich would have said before me, but now I can't do that. So I won't steal your thunder, Rich. So yeah, thank you very much for having us here. Present IQVIA, company formerly known as Quintiles IMS, if you haven't heard that, which formerly was two companies, Quintiles and IMS. And since we merged, we have the pleasure of having to explain these naming changes until really the whole market has finally noticed that it's still the same team. So we are running the research network for the BEST program. You've heard that before lunch. Azadeh and Steve and Alan gave full deep introduction of how that works and what the goals are and how far we are along and what has been achieved. So I'm not going to repeat any of this. I just wanted to give a few impressions of perspective from our side, what it is, how it works, and how we see it evolve, how we see it in the context of the other initiatives. So the network, the research network, the BEST that is utilized for BEST. Question is, what's about that one? There is already a network called Sentinel initially, Mini Sentinel, then Sentinel. What's going on? How many of these networks can exist, and why do we need all these different networks? So generally, just to make that clear, it's very similar. Okay, so it is a distributed network, which means the data are distributed and stay with the data partners. They are not pooled and stored at the FDA. So for somebody who's in the clinical research arena, it's a little different. Okay, so it's very large. There are many millions of patients covered, and by law it has to be at least 100. There is, all these networks work in a privacy-preserving sense. That's also very important. There are standardized analytics, which mean you keep doing things in a way that you can generate efficiency. You can kind of industrialize research by building tools and characterizing these tools. And there is a community, and there are mechanisms to reach out to the community. So all these things we have as well, and we develop them, and sometimes things take a little time, but in generally that is the case. That's how these networks work. The difference in this particular case results from the needs that BEST has. You also heard this morning there are not a lot of prescription drugs that are being studied, which means that the established networks, based mostly on claims data, will not be able to answer the question at all or in the timely fashion, the way these databases, these networks work. So our network is based on the Odyssey initiative, which is an open source, open collaborative to do large-scale standardized observational research. It contains, has a strong focus on clinical data from patients, electronic health record data. There is a large portion of pre-adjudicated claims. Pre-adjudicated claims means it's not the claims that the insurance company paid, it's the claims that the providers submitted to get paid. The advantage is you get it ahead. You not only have one insurance provider or network, you get the information a lot faster than before it goes through the whole adjudication process, which is important for some of the questions. For example, just think about seasonal vaccines. We really don't have a lot of time to understand the effects of these products. And then the other thing is, of course, if you have direct access to the primary producers of the data, the institutions, the provider institutions, you have an influence over what is the content. So in this particular case, for example, we needed additional information from the blood bank databases, coded in ISBT codes, and we're able to fairly easily integrate that. So again, bottom line, similar idea of a network, and I can't actually thank the agency for establishing the idea of distributed data networks. That's something that really happened on a large scale and in full visibility of the community due to the Sentinel program. And there are people in the world who don't believe that government can pull something like that off, and they have. And it's very impressive, and it's an example for the entire world, actually. One last word. We're also representing here the opinion or the view of the actual institutions, who are not invited right now to this. This is also, that was new to me. I wouldn't know how they would respond to the idea to use a network and utilize it for doing safety and effectiveness research for the agency. Turns out, for research institutions, this is a very attractive proposition. Okay, they love this. They feel they are contributing to an important cause, and it's very encouraging. And they're also impressed by the rigor this kind of research is conducted. I don't know. I don't want to make any comments about the rigor that they're usually applying, but they certainly that is something that is mentioned or that is appreciated. And I think this is also good for the future, because we will need a lot more in order to get to the depth that we need to answer all the various regulatory questions that are going to come up. And I think it's going to be easier than maybe we were thinking at the beginning. So that's all I have so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just note that Acumen has really a long-standing relationship with FDA. We began our work with FDA in 2008, supporting a broad range of their surveillance and investigative activities. First of all, most of this work is joint work with CMS and the FDA, so it's a contract that involves both of them. The main sources of data that have been used for this earlier collaboration are the universe of the Medicare and Medicaid data, which I'll describe in more detail a little later. And really the analysis has really consisted of kind of three principal areas of work and studies. One is real-time analysis, and our group is the one who has been doing surveillance, annual surveillance on the influenza vaccine since 2010, and I'll describe that a little later as well, for mostly GBS, but other issues as well. We also do very rapid response initial exploratory investigations for the FDA to the extent any kind of safety signals arise. And then we support the FDA in producing peer-reviewed scientific epidemiologic studies. And since about 2010, Acumen has jointly authored about 50 of those studies with the FDA staff. With the advent of the BEST project, Acumen has expanded its support to CBER in two ways. First of all, we've added the Blue Cross Blue Shield data. This is through Blue Health Intelligence, and I'll talk about that a little later. And then we've added capacities to support external research groups. As an overview of Acumen's participation in the CBER Sentinel activities, there's really four areas that I want to quickly mention. One is I want to give you an overview of our data resources. The second area I want to talk about is the analytical infrastructure that Acumen has built up to support FDA in its various forms of studies. The third area I want to mention is our capacities for performing medical record reviews. And our fourth area is I want to talk about our capacities of expanding to studies partners and sharing results. So let me start with the first area, the overview of data resources. The data are maintained in a unified data system. We don't use a distributive data system. We have researchers within Acumen that know each one of these data sources pretty intricately, so we don't really require a common data model. If you take things like Medicaid, common data models are problematic in any case, but for the most part, you really have to understand the payment rules and the intricacies of the various sort of programs. So when we have studies done, or we have analytical teams that know the data sets that'll pull the data sets and do the analysis according to whichever data source FDA would prefer. Our data sources probably cover 150 million people annually. If you were to go over the whole history, I have no idea what it is, but I'm sure it's above 300 million because we have the 100% of the Medicare data going back to 1991. We have the Medicare Advantage data complete since 2013. We have the pharmacy data complete since 2006. Medicare data covers about 60 million beneficiaries per year. Our data are updated daily. The data that we pick up from Medicare is from the shared systems data, so it's the same data sources that the MACs use. So we also get data before it's pre-adjudicated, so when it's first submitted. And then there's a process of where it's adjudicated and it goes in the IDR, and then eventually it'll go into the CCW, which are various sources. So our data sources, once again, we work with the adjudicated data, but we also have the shared system data, which is the MAC data. So our data is updated on the fee-for-service side daily. Our encounter data is either weekly or monthly, depending on the source. We also have the universe of the Medicaid data. That data is updated monthly. We get downloads of that. That data system has changed. I don't know if you're aware of this, but it moved from a system called MSIS to TMSIS, and there's been some challenges of the switch over to TMSIS data. And so people are still working on the reliability of that data, and the states are still getting that data kind of straightened out. For the most part, our updates there are monthly. Acumen also gets 100% of the assessment data, which is the OASIS data and the MDS data. So those are detailed assessments on individuals who are in nursing homes and home health, irrespective of whether in Medicaid or Medicare. So it's in anybody in any of those any payer. The patients are picked up in those data sets, and we have those monthly, and all of our data systems are linked. Once again, with the advent of the BEST data, we have Blue's Health Intelligence data. Covers about 65 million patients over the past 3 years. In this first round, we basically acquire data for everyone who's received a CBER regulated product. So there are about 24 million patients right now in the data systems that we have. What happens is once these patients receive any kind of CBER regulated product, we are able to pick up 3 years of data passed for them, and then we get monthly updates for them. The data system, we get claims starting about a little less than 8 weeks after they're initiated, and the data is fairly complete after about 16 weeks, so on service dates. So that data comes to us fairly rapidly. We can also ask for, to the extent that CBER was interested in doing some kind of control study, we can obviously reach out to Blue Health Intelligence to be able to pick up a control cohort of some type if we wanted to do that. Let me just note that Acumen is, part of Acumen's data center is an official CMS data center. So as a consequence, we have extremely rigorous processes for quality control. We're actually the group that does a lot of the quality control for the main CMS data center, the IDR. So we understand the quality data sort of issues really, really well, and we apply those sorts of checks both on the Medicare data, Medicaid data, and on the Blues data. And the Blues data, we're still working out on all the quality issues there. Second area I wanted to mention was the analytical capacities of Acumen. Acumen's data systems run about 2,000 queries a day. So for us to run a query in a day is not a big deal for us. The query can be fairly complicated. We do a lot of this kind of support for CMS directly anyway. Our query systems have built-in programs that automatically create cohort summaries and a variety of relevant statistics they can pull and extract without any real problem. And we have staff with considerable expertise in the design and analysis to accommodate a diverse form of studies. So it can be a quick turnaround study, or it can be a more sophisticated study as well. These capacities essentially provide for three primary kinds of products or services for CBER in this area. The first is a rapid response initial investigations. Like I said, we can perform real-time surveillance. If we're given a safety signal sort of issue, this happens in CMS all the time, we can basically put a study in their hands in 2 days with the most recent data and all the data. Tracking at any particular point in time for any particular subset of the population, and we can easily cover several thousand outcomes if that's what's really needed. So that's one of the main capacities that we have, is we're very fast on rapid response with the Medicare data. The Medicaid data, we can do the analysis fairly quickly, but the data is much slower in terms of coming in. So it would have to be something more at a 3 or 4 month sort of period. We also are, to the extent that we do those initial studies, we also provide delivery of timely follow-up studies to do something a little deeper to find out if in fact the signal was real. And then we also have, as I mentioned earlier, we do provision of more scientific epidemiological studies that are more long-term, that we work with FDA staff, which is all really kind of joint work. The third area is our capacities for performing medical record reviews. Acumen does have the capacity to do medical record reviews for the purposes of either validating claims or confirming the accuracy of claims. We can do these, the way we do the medical record reviews is it's literally by name of patient sent out to the provider that served them. And this is done under FDA Public Health Authority. I'll stop. I'm behind, so let me go quick on the rest of the part. And let me just note that we can do this fairly inexpensively. It's about $25 per record. We get about 85% of the records that we send out in 2 months, with the remainder that trail in after. So it's rapid in that regard. Then last part, this is very, very last part. As far as the fourth area, the capacities that we're doing for expanding for best partners and sharing, we're substantially expanding our capacities to be able to work with partner organizations, and it can be done in two ways. One is by working and directing Acumen staff the way FDA does, and then we can deliver queries and analysis through secured portals. The other way is we have a capacity that we can open up for secured remote access enclaves that would be able to use the data. Now, we need to have DUAs in place and all that for it to be appropriate, but our own researchers work with enclaves, so it's easy for us to open those up. Sorry for going over.
Yeah, great, no problem, Tom. So then now Tim Steitley will round out the presentations from the coordinating centers on the CBER side of things. Go ahead, Tim.
Thanks, Greg. So I'm here representing IBM, the Global Business Services piece. You'll hear as I go through this, and I'll try to keep it quick but efficient. We're actually involved in two separate contracts. One is around the active surveillance system, and the other is around creating the adverse event detection, review, and reporting tool to automate that piece of it. So on contract, the first one around active surveillance, I want to hit on three main areas. One is data diversity, then speed and flexibility, followed by the dissemination of the work itself. So around the data diversity piece of it, again, the main push here is to make sure that CBER has access to larger populations and richer data. To bring that to life, you heard this morning that we are leveraging IBM CED, which is, again, a value-linked claims EMR. Our deterministically linked claims EMR data, or better known as CED, it's unique to best as a best data asset. It provides the combined value of longitudinality from claims and granularity from EMRs. The common data model, CED uses a robust data model of the two main components. One is MarketScan, which you also heard this morning. The other is Explorus, and MarketScan is the claims. Explorus is from the EMR, and it allows the aggregation across these diverse platforms from a payer-provider network. Another advantage is the ad hoc programming, which is working within the system, which uses the CED common data model, and we have the flexibility to convert that CED to a CDM such as FHIR or OMOP, which will allow us to link to other sources as well. Going one step lower into the MarketScan piece, this claims database has 120 million patient lives in it. It's got a proven track record with thousands of citations across numerous epidemiological studies. The size of this database and its representativeness of the population captured makes it a robust asset for epidemiologic studies for post-market surveillance. And then lastly on MarketScan is the mother-infant linkage. It provides the ability to link the mothers and infants, which facilitates the possible studies of birth outcomes associated with biologic exposures during pregnancy. The last piece on diversity of data is quality. I think we've all talked about that. It's something that starts from the beginning and goes to the end. It has to be there throughout the process, and within the CED and MarketScan, it's all part of the data curation process. Speed and flexibility is the next piece I want to talk about in the active surveillance side, right? So the lag, EMR data partners that feed into the CED provide access to structured EMR data with near zero data lag. There's weekly and direct feeds into Explorus. Also, experts on demand, the analytical, clinical, and epidemiologic capabilities available on demand, so there's no need for tools. This allows ad hoc programming upon request, and the flexibility to run queries and epidemiological studies relatively quickly. And then the closeness to data, providing, in an effort to provide FDA the ability to be close, we have created a portal for CBER staff to have access to the IBM databases. This allows for quick and easy creation of sample cohorts for potential studies and to better understand the kinds of studies that are feasible with our data. And then dissemination. On the dissemination piece to the larger scientific community, CBER's goal is to make the surveillance system available to larger scientific communities after it's built, and we're committed to these efforts by making our protocols, methodologies, code sets, and resulting reports available to the public. And then moving on to contract 2, which is more around the building of the automated adverse events capability. Again, 3 areas of focus here. It's diversity and richness of data, innovation, and speed and flexibility. In the diversity and richness notes NLP, the access to unstructured components of the EMR, which provides immensely valuable information that may not otherwise be available in the structured information. We're partnering with MedStar Health Research Institute to harness the information contained within clinical notes to be able to create computable phenotypes for cohort identification and to more accurately to detect adverse events related to biologics. We're also utilizing natural language processing and other methods in support of our surveillance activities with the previous contract I mentioned, and we're leveraging feature extraction capabilities both on structured and unstructured information that facilitates creation of computable phenotypes in human-readable format that can be used in queries and epidemiological studies in Contract 1. Again, data quality assessment plans are in place for all of our data sources from the ground up, while ensuring that our data partners follow the best practices for EMR use. Around the innovation piece, it's around detection, building the capability to detect adverse events of interest using supervised learning. Then validation, building capability to perform semi-automated or automated chart review for validation. The goal is to provide clinical reviewers a friendly, intuitive UI to validate exposures and adverse reactions and collect evidence, easily submit adverse event reports in an ICSR format. Then there's reporting, the capability to perform semi-automated or automated ICSR population and reporting to adverse event systems. And lastly is interoperability. The future of the distributed automated adverse event reporting system is built upon the foundation of interoperability. We are building the system with interoperability in mind by making the system containerized and fire-friendly to be facilitated for future adoption across the provider network and EMR systems. Speed and flexibility, again, having access to the experts for analytical, software engineering, and clinical capabilities available on demand, reducing the need for packaged tools, lends the flexibility to the FDA to be able to make informed regulatory decisions relatively quickly. This flexibility is particularly valuable in the dynamic regulatory environment. All of this wouldn't be possible without a village, so again, under the leadership of Dr. Steve Anderson's BEST team, the IBM's expertise and offerings that we bring, in addition to, we have support in data expertise with MedStar from surveillance and epidemiological from Johns Hopkins, Consolidated Research and Gevity, and from a clinical expertise, many research institutes, including Baylor, Kaiser Permanente, Vanderbilt, and the University of Washington. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks to all 3 of you, Christian, Tom, and Tim, for some useful information about the coordinating center on the CBER side of things. Before I turn things over to Rich, I just want to ask if there's we have about a minute or 2 for any clarifying questions from the audience on the presentations that you just heard. Okay. Okay, so I'll turn things over. I think you all know Dr. Platts, the head of the coordinating center on the CDER side, the Sentinel Systems Coordinating Center. And Rich, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. One of the advantages of speaking where I am in the program is that I can draw on the presentations from this morning and also these 3 preceding ones. Lots of common themes in there. I'd say especially the presentations of Janet Woodcock, Gerald Delpan, Bob Ball, and Michael Wynn make it really straightforward for me to anchor my comments. And my goal will be to go just a level deeper into most of the things that they have spoken about. So let's go back to 2011 when FDA put its marker down on a statement that was always part of the original frame, and that is the goal was to build Sentinel not only to serve the FDA, but to serve as a national resource for evidence development. So I don't know about you, but when I read things like this, I typically discount them substantially. That is, these are really great promises to make, and they typically sink below the waves. So if I had to tell you the thing that has most surprised me is how attentive FDA has been ever since then to making good on that commitment. The work that I'm going to describe is based on the partnership with a very large number of organizations. The ones in the middle group are scientific and data partners. That means they constitute the distributed network that we have. And then there are a number of scientific partners who bring expertise but don't bring data. And the state of the distributed data set now is this. Close to 700 million person-years of longitudinal data for which there's both pharmacy and medical care benefits. So by the end of last year, we and our FDA colleagues actually wrote a report on how we've been progressing in developing this national resource. And this is what this article looks like. And I'd like to take the next few minutes to read it with you. So first of all, we said we built a distributed network with quality-checked complete longitudinal data, built it from, it was a good idea at the time, but it hadn't really existed. Now, quality check complete longitudinal data rolls off the tongue real quickly, and the best way to drive you to your email is for me to describe to you just how hard that is. So rather than take my word for it, I'm going to cite a national expert, that is Greg Daniel, allows me to use his slide that says, curation is often complex and hard to explain. Now, I think the only thing wrong with this slide, Greg, is it's not often hard to explain, it's always hard to explain. So I think every one of us who's talked about curation has said, oh, it's a lot of work, and so I won't keep whining about this, but I do want to say that it occupies a lot of our thoughts. So we said it informed many regulatory decisions. As of yesterday, the Sentinel website page on how our FDA has used ARIA analyses lists 24 products and 38 outcomes. And as Janet Woodcock said, the work that the Sentinel team has done together is increasingly being used by advisory committees. You can see that the pace has really picked up in the last year or so, and several more advisory committee meetings planned. The reason this is possible is early on we realized the limitations of writing new code for every analysis that FDA was interested in doing. And so we set on a course of developing reusable tools that we call modular programs that can do specific kinds of analyses. I know the concept is very straightforward. What is remarkable to me is how it has been an iterative process between the whole Sentinel investigator team and the Sentinel FDA team to articulate the highest priority needs and then start to build the tools that can address those needs. And the tools have become increasingly sophisticated over time and are now capable of doing a substantial amount of work. So we call those level 1, level 2, level 3, doing increasingly sophisticated work. Over on the left, in the you can see signal identification is now the topic of substantial scrutiny. Go one level deeper. Analyses that look just at medical products, how are medical products used, or just at outcomes, how frequent are outcomes, I'm sorry, this wasn't the slide I was expecting. The level 1 programs typically are the panel on the left, and the level 2 and 3 programs are the ones on the right. And let's take a look at an example. This is one that Janet Woodcock referred to this morning, a modular program analysis of the comparing the risk of venous thromboembolism for women exposed to continuous oral contraceptives versus cyclical contraceptives. This was a program designed to answer the question, is the risk of venous thromboembolism higher with the use of the continuous combined contraceptives than with the cyclical ones? The data set identified a little over 200,000 users of the continuous oral contraceptives and a little over 500,000 initiators of the cyclic contraceptives. Now, when we talk about initiators, one of the important things about a longitudinal data set is you can say, these are women who had not been previously exposed to these in some period of time. So we believe that they're new users. We're able to find 228 venous thromboembolism events in the continuous users, 297 in the cyclic users. And then if you look at those populations, you can see that they are different in important ways. The women who received the continuous oral contraceptives were older. They were more likely to have cardiovascular or metabolic conditions, more likely to have gynecologic conditions. So at baseline, one has no good reason to believe that they would have the same VTE risk. And so the modular program allowed the team to design a propensity score matched analysis that matched on about 30 factors. And you can see what the adjusted hazard ratio is here. And it's also possible, because it's a defined population, to look at the adjusted absolute risk. About 1 in 4,000 women, the excess risk of VTE was about 1 in 4,000 or 1 in 3,000 person years, allowing a regulatory conclusion that these findings don't show strong evidence supporting a VTE risk difference. So this is the kind of study that would have taken a couple of years if we had started with a blank piece of paper. The additional advantage of these modular programs is they are extremely well vetted. It's common when we write code for the first time to find that there are aspects of it that don't exactly capture the investigator's intent, or they don't run perfectly in a distributed data system. And these modular programs are extremely well vetted. We talked about being able to study patterns of use. I think the opioids examples that Judy Staffa talked about are among the best examples I think we could talk about. But including the patterns of use is this switching program that we heard about this morning that we designed with FDA staff in the particular interest of the Office of Generic Drugs. It's a program that finds switches to a second product that has the that is intended to be the same drug, and then it classifies people on a time-dependent basis into 3 groups, whether they switch to a different product, switch back to the first product, or don't switch. And that allows very rapid analyses like these. It shows what happened when extended release lamotrigine, an anticonvulsant, went off patent. And you can see the yellow line is the branded original. The black line is total use. So you can see total use went up, though the use of the original product went down substantially. Interestingly, there is a substantial difference between the generic products and the rate of switchbacks to the original product, and the total rate of switching back was considerably higher than is seen with other products like lipid-lowering drugs. So very straightforward way to do a standard kind of analysis that can substantially inform understanding of whether generic drugs that should have the same therapeutic effect appear to be being used in a way that supports that. We went on to talk about whether products were used in accordance with indications. Here's an example where the agency was interested to know whether two drugs that have quite different properties and intended use, but similar sounding names, might be being confused with one another. Brilinta is an antiplatelet drug, and Brintellix, an antidepressant. The concern about the potential name switch was name naming confusion was sufficient that that name was changed, but we had the opportunity to see how often there might have been actual confusion. We assessed individuals' claims profiles to identify individuals who appeared to be appropriate candidates for one of these drugs who was actually dispensed another one of them. And there were remarkably few events like that. 4 apparent errors among almost 17,000 Brilinta users and 16 errors among 21,000 Brintellix users. Janet Woodcock talked about the great interest in studying exposures and outcomes in pregnancy and pregnancy outcomes. Here's an example that FDA asked Sentinel to help evaluate, looking at the use of sildenafil in pregnant women. This was as a result of a clinical trial that was stopped last summer when there were 11 reported infant deaths. And so the question was, how often is this product being used by women who are pregnant? That's a non-indicated look. So we were able to use these modular programs to look at the use of this drug and related drugs. And looking at over 3 million pregnancies, we show that the actual number of exposures was remarkably small. And that supported an agency conclusion that no additional regulatory action was used. Back at the very beginning, some of the most thoughtful pharmacoepidemiologists I know observed that it was likely that, that a major benefit of creating the Sentinel system would be to be a signal quencher. That is, when concerns arise, it would be possible to look at a large data set and draw some reassurance that, that a problem isn't large enough to warrant a change in practice. And that has been our experience. Now, to be able to say that we're looking at patterns of use in pregnant women obviously raises the question of how do we know when the pregnancy started? And we did a study that was supported by the Center for Biologics PRISM program to test the accuracy of these of claims-based codes for normal duration pregnancy, premature delivery, post-mature delivery. And we did that by linking the information in the Sentinel distributed data set to birth certificate records for 83,000 pregnancies. So, here are the results. 63% of deliveries, 63% of pregnancies were within 1 week plus or minus of the birth certificate estimate, and 87% were within 2 weeks. The reason I particularly wanted to share this with you was because the work of linking several different Sentinel data partners' data to 10 different states' birth certificate registries was a very large amount of work. The technical work was non-trivial, and the number of data agreements and permissions that were required was really quite substantial. And so we thank our FDA colleagues for really helping a lot in making this possible. Another important reason that we wanted to do this work was to be able to test the accuracy of being able to link moms and babies. I can remember in the 1980s talking about the surprising fact that it's difficult to link mothers' records with infants' records, and you should say, why should that be? Because we always know who the moms and the babies are, but it is. And so when we use the data that each of our data partners has, we could compartmentalize these mother-baby pairs. Well, we could create 3 kinds of individuals. We could have the moms and the babies who we were pretty confident we could link. We could have the deliveries for whom we couldn't locate the infant, and we could have infants for whom we can't find their moms. And we link that to the birth certificate data from these departments of health. And here's the result. The takeaway is that we were not really able to improve on the matching that the data partners could do on their own by adding birth certificate data. you basically can't see the yellow contributors to those bar graphs because there were so few deliveries where the birth certificate data actually added meaningfully to the number that we could link. And that's what leads to the fact that we now have this linked data set that, that Janet talked about with over 4 million linked deliveries. The fact that we could link them doesn't mean we can use them until we can bolt them into the common data model. And so the data model has expanded over time, and the mother-infant linkage table is the newest addition to the data model. That brings its own new curation activities, and I promised I wouldn't whine about curation. The curation is twice as hard for the linked mom-baby data set that it is for the others. The FDA has is now using the Sentinel data set to evaluate medical countermeasures. This is work we're doing with the Office of Counterterrorism and Emergency Response, looking at pandemic preparedness. We're assessing complication rates of influenza among people who are treated with an antiviral under various conditions, and assessing confounding and observational studies of influenza antiviral effectiveness. There was a lot of discussion this morning about Sentinel's role in FDA's emerging real-world evidence portfolio. The framework that was released in December highlights the role of Sentinel there. It got a good treatment this morning, and we'll hear more about it later today. I'll say that I'll spend just a second saying that among the projects that FDA has us working on now under the RWE portfolio, the work we're doing in support of the Reliance study, I think, has important implications, where our role is to assist in testing vertically distributed regression analysis to link claims data to EHR data. For the foreseeable future, EHR data and claims data are going to be separate, and the successes of the distributed data model arise in large measure from the fact that we don't ask individual organizations to part with their data. If we're going to do analyses that link EHR and claims data, we're going to have to find a way to do that that minimizes the demand on sharing personally identifiable data. I think distributed regression analysis is an extremely promising approach to doing that, and one of the important first tests of that kind of analysis is built into this work that we're doing under this task order from the Office of Medical Policy. It was always the intent that Sentinel support other national initiatives, and that's a happening thing. We're working with the NIH Collaboratory, where we built the NIH Collaboratory Distributed Research Network. The National Institute of Aging has funded a study that is using Sentinel Data Partners to support a study of polypharmacy in dementia. You'll hear from Betsy Schenkman in just a bit about work we have contracted to do with PCORNet to start to learn about how to use the EHR data. The Biologics and Biosimilars Collective Intelligence Consortium is using the Sentinel platform to do a number of studies. There are 10 studies that have either been completed or are underway under that banner, and the Reagan-Udall Foundation has done 7 studies that have 5 different sponsors, and I'm sure June Wasser will talk more about that. Jen talked about the international partnerships, so I can just say that we are now at a level where we are code compatible, we believe, with the CNODES network, the Canadian network, so that a query that will run in one system should run in the other. There's good complementarity in the sense that the Sentinel system is quite a lot larger. The CNODE system, we think, has more longitudinal data, so it should be possible. I think of them as complementary systems, and this is the Clinical Practice Research Database. I give FDA full credit for its commitment to transparency, for for the studies that are done. On that page that I flashed showing how ARIA analyses are used, there's always a link to the analytic packages, and those are posted on a Git that we have set up, along with all the tools and documentation. And finally, FDA has created for us a robust set of activities to develop new data and new methods that can enhance the system. And I'll just sort of quickly run through the active projects. In the EHR arena, we're developing a set of quality metrics so that it'd be possible to understand how various EHR systems perform compared to one another. That's still, it's not exactly the Wild West, but there's a lot we have yet to learn about how best to use different EHRs. We're working on expanding the common data model. This is the work that we're doing with PCORNet in characterizing patients' use of characterizing patients who use anti-diabetic agents. Gerald referred to this. And we have a couple of projects, machine learning and natural language processing projects around electronic phenotyping of health outcomes and validation of anaphylaxis using machine learning techniques. Other kinds of activities include validation of health outcomes of interest based on algorithms that use ICD-10 codes for serious infections and for lymphoma. This is right on the ground work, develop an algorithm, get the original records, have experts adjudicate them, understand what the performance characteristics of these algorithms are. Michael did a lovely job describing our work in signal detection. And there's ongoing work in distributed regression analysis. Finally, one of the real signs of progress, I think, is that there's now more than one network. And so we see a lot of value in being able to characterize what different networks have so that potential users can know where to go to try to get their questions answered. And so we've designed a cross-network discovery service so that it'd be possible to have high-quality metadata about a variety of systems so that potential users can quickly identify potential partners. Okay, so I've come back to this slide just because it lets me know that this is the end of the sort of one level deeper set of comments that I have. I do want to say this is the work that I'm describing of several hundred people who've worked for a very long time to make this work. And so as I take my seat, I'll just let you see their names here. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich, for that overview. Okay, so we have just about a minute or two as well for this. It's just so, I would just want to pause here and just watch all of these names. It seems like a fun thing to do. Any quick questions regarding Rich's presentation and what's been going on at the Sentinel Systems Coordinating Center? Question? Okay, go ahead.
Larry Ma from Johnson & Johnson. Actually, I have a two-part question about the common data model. Number one, I thought the common data model is the backbone of the Sentinel network. Basically, all the data partners must, convert their data to common data model so you can get this, standardized results back. So when Tom shared their experience from Acumen, I was surprised to hear his reservation about common data model. So can you elaborate on that? My second part question is about there are a number of common data models out there. Probably the two leading ones are the Sentinel common data model, also the Odyssey common data model. Can you share your perspective on the two common data models? And is there a synergy or convergence for the future? Thank you.
So I'll do it first and then you can take over. If you're working in a single coherent system, you don't need a common data model. The issues arise when you're working in a variety of different systems. And we built the Sentinel common data model from the perspective of starting with the questions in the data that FDA told us were most important for it to have. And then we worked with our data partners to ask, of all the things that for which you have data, which is an enormous amount of information, which are the ones that you think you can reliably extract in a way that not only is reliable within your system, but means the same thing from system to system. And so there was a consensus process that we went through. And as data resources increase and FDA's needs increase, we've expanded the data model to accommodate those. And that's worked fairly well for the very large majority of activities. One of the things that we committed to early on was to say that there's a choice you can make in saying there's a lot of data. Do we want to spend a lot of time curating it up front, or are we prepared to put the data, to array the data in a form that's pretty good, and we'll pay attention to it later when the need arises? And there's no right answer to how to do that, to which is right. It depends how you want to use the data. For the things that we want to use modular programs for, FDA doesn't want to stop for several months to clean the data, and so we do that up front. There are lots of potential uses of large data sets where it doesn't make sense to do that. It's a very big lift, even for the fairly restricted number of data elements that the Sentinel system uses. And you could well say, we'll make sure that we have the data. It's approximately labeled correctly, and then we'll clean it up as we get to use it. So one of the examples we have is we spent a fair amount of time bringing laboratory test result data into the Sentinel data model, and then we started to clean it. And when we looked at platelet counts, we capture both the platelet count and the unit of measure. Unit of measure should be quite straightforward. The American College of Pathology says, here's what the unit of measure is. In fact, we had 63 different units of measure when we looked at that. So we've really backed off and said, until we have a need to use platelets, it's not worth the effort to standardize all of that data. And I think that's the kind of trade-offs that one makes in deciding how extensive should the data model be, how much should you invest up front in using it.
If you're going to, I understand the value of a distributed data model, and then you need a common data model to essentially be able to use that. Our experience has been, I can give you particular kind of examples. If you take, say, Part D, or Part D would seem like a common data model, but unless you really understand the step therapies that are using various formularies and the like, you looking at, say, what drugs people take and what the sequences are, context really matters a lot. And I understand there's high cost to having people who you know are aware and can work with that context. And in a common data model, you can often you'll get to that context eventually. It's just often there's advantages and disadvantages. In our case, because we have, I mean, Medicaid is another example. I mean, Medicaid, for even the expanded common data model for TMSIS, there maybe are 10 eligibility categories. California has 225 categories. And depending on the category, you get some services and you don't get other services. And so that sort of context are things you just need to know to be able to use the data in the right kind of way. Now, if you're using a broader sort of perspective, you always get down to those sorts of detail. And it is high cost to maintain teams that can do that, but that's just one of the areas. And consequently, we're able to cover fewer data systems as a consequence. I mean, but there are trade-offs.
I think one of the things, I just want to underscore what you said, no matter what your approach to the data is, it is critically important to have people who have deep expertise in the system that generated those data. Because it's entirely possible to get to a point where the data looks the same but actually means different things. And so we see great value in the fact that in this distributed data set, we always have experts who are really sort of close to the source of the data to help make sure that it's used appropriately.
Yeah, thanks for that. Great question. And thanks to our presenters for presentations chock full of information on what you all have been focusing your time on to improve the coordinating centers and use of these very important tools and capabilities for safety surveillance. We're going to go ahead and transition to a break, but before you leave, I want to plug this app one more time. There are a few survey questions in the app that are aimed at soliciting feedback from all of you on key priorities of Sentinel's continued development. And one of those questions is focused on sort of uses of Sentinel tools and capabilities outside of the FDA and for things other than safety surveillance. So that is the topic of the next session. So keep that in mind. That app will be asking you questions on your thoughts on that. So keep that in mind as you sit through this next and final session. So I'll give you almost 15 minutes. We'll come back at about 2:50 for our last session of the day. Thank you. I'll have to change that. That's a very good point.
So we manage it here, right?
Yeah. They're going to they'll set this up for you, but you can use this.
Use this too.
come on up. We're going to get started again in just a minute. So please get whatever you need and head back to your seats. All right, I'd like to welcome everyone back for the final session of the day. You all may remember at the beginning of the morning, Janet Woodcock not only laid out some of the many important achievements resulting from the Sentinel Initiative, the foundation it's laid for a much more extensive learning system around safety surveillance, but also moving beyond that. And that's what we're really going to focus on in this last session. Extensions of Sentinel and looking forward on Sentinel, NEST, BEST, other activities has been a theme throughout the day. This session, though, is going to focus on the broader uses of the Sentinel Initiative infrastructure beyond post-market safety surveillance. For this purpose, and kind of indicative of how broad the potential applications of the Sentinel Foundation may be, is a very diverse set of stakeholders who have some different uses of evidence that can be generated through the data infrastructure and resources. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our panel. You're going to hear all of their perspectives, and we'll hopefully have a bit of time for discussion if everybody stays on schedule with their comments. I'd like to first, next to me is David Martin, Associate Director for Real World Evidence in the Office of Medical Policy at CDER. Next to him is June Wasser, who's the Executive Director of the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the FDA. And Betsy Schenkman, Professor and Chair of the Department of Health Outcomes and Biomedical Informatics at the College of Medicine at the University of Florida. And Ann Hetherington, who is Senior Vice President and Head of the Data Sciences Institute at Takeda. Next, Telba Irony, who's Deputy Director of the Office of Biostatistics and Epidemiology at CBER. And then last but definitely not least, Art Sadrakian, who is Associate Professor of Healthcare Policy and Research at Weill Cornell Medicine and lead of the Coordinating Science and Infrastructure Center for MD EpiNet, which you heard about earlier today as well. So each of them is going to provide an overview of their perspectives on these additional uses building on the Sentinel Foundation, and then we'll have some time for discussion and questions after that. And so I'd like to start with David.
Okay, thanks, Mark. So I think you mentioned keeping on time, so it's 7 minutes, right? Okay, we're on it. So I was actually very grateful to Janet Woodcock, who actually introduced most of the issues this morning that I'll introduce in this talk, but since enough hours have passed, hopefully some visuals will help you recall some of those themes. So the FDA's Real-World Evidence program was stimulated by the passage of the 21st Century Cures Act, and it's guided by this recently released FDA framework, which is publicly available on our website. It was released in December of the past year. And the key points of the Real-World Evidence program is that it instructs FDA to move beyond the traditional uses of real-world evidence, primarily for safety and also in some cases for rare diseases and some oncology use cases, and really look at a lot of situations where the current standard is to use a traditional randomized controlled trial. And so the specific, what this basically means is that you're talking in sort of regulatory speak about supplements, SNDAs, supplements for also SBLAs. You are also talking about post-approval post-marketing studies that may have other purposes beyond traditional safety studies. So just one key differentiator here is that the framework applies to drugs and biologics, and CDRH has issued separate real-world evidence guidance. So Janet mentioned these 3 key points. I won't reread them. You can see them on the slide, but this is sort of how we are guiding our evaluation of real-world evidence, both in terms of demonstration projects that we're engaged in, as well as when we're actually receiving submissions currently from industry. And then in order to talk about the linkage between the Sentinel Initiative and the FDA framework, people have used the term FDA Catalyst today, and this is just a reminder from the Sentinel website that we consider sort of the entire initiative to be the Sentinel Initiative, and that really covers all of the things you've heard about today. And there are all of these operational parts that collectively are sort of part of the Sentinel system and chiefly have the purposes of looking at safety issues. But FDA Catalyst is what FDA sort of named the program that takes the data in Sentinel, the tools such as the analytics, as well as actually leveraging the data partners or the integrated delivery systems that are part of Sentinel to have direct contact with patients or physicians. So just wanted to mention that some of this work under Catalyst actually predates 21st Century Cures, and I think Janet was really probably the biggest proponent early on, as already mentioned, about how Sentinel should be a national resource, and she was very interested in stimulating this Impact AFib trial. And in super brief, we wanted to know, basically, could we engage in a large-scale randomized controlled trial using, with 5 data partners actually collaborating to make this work. Now, obviously, that was a pretty big lift, so you had to think of something that wouldn't be a super controversial question at the time. So we chose an appropriate use question of looking at people who had sort of a guideline-based need for oral anticoagulation and weren't receiving it, and could you have an intervention, and could you impact both use of oral anticoagulants, and could you impact health outcomes as part of that. So just a quick update, 40,000 patients have been contacted through the intervention arm of the trial, and then there's what's referred to as the delayed intervention arm, and we're preparing to send out those contacts right now. So one of the things that was interesting about Impact AFib was that we had a waiver of informed consent, so we didn't have to deal with the problem of how do you contact 40,000 people if you want to do something like this. And so a bit like Janet had some thoughts about expanding the Sentinel infrastructure before there was 21st Century Cures, I also had some thoughts about that, and I was lucky enough to receive support from the Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Trust Fund to oversee the development of a system to remotely collect prospectively data from patients or other observers or reporters, and actually be able to link it to the secondary data that we have in Sentinel from EHRs and claims. And so this is a system that's now open source that consists of a mobile app which is reusable, so people can download the code, look at the technical documents, and learn how to use the system. And it has a configuration portal, so you can use it for basically any kind of health outcomes scenario. And it has a secure storage environment associated with it, and that can be used with a distributed environment. And most importantly, it can be used in traditional clinical trials and meets FDA standards for that kind of use. So right now we know that one essentially eCRO has already taken all this information and successfully spun up my studies in a test environment, and so they're working on it right now, and that's again private sector, no support from FDA. And some other groups have been on the GitHub and have taken everything that's there. So we know some other people working on it. For those that are interested, we have a big webinar on this, like 4 hours. So if you're a developer and you really want to know how to use this thing, tune in on May 9th. So that's just where you find it. Okay, so I've probably already used my 7 minutes. Okay, so now we'll be fast. So Jacqueline Corrigan-Curry, who couldn't be here today, is the head of the Office of Medical Policy, and she came in. Obviously, we had the passage of the 21st Century Cures Act, and we said, look, we need to start looking at scenarios where we're generating data that could potentially inform SNDAs and SBLAs, actual submissions. And so we're working with the Limit JIA trial. This is, and I want to just step back for a second and say, we're very grateful to PCORI and the PCORI investments that have been made in sort of real-world evidence infrastructure in our country, real data infrastructure, and now we're able to leverage that. And so we've joined the Limit JIA trial. We're confronting a lot of regulatory considerations. We're also dealing with real-world data fitness for use, and we're helping with the use of the app, and this is the first use in PEDS. The Spark Registry, Janet actually did a great job going over that this morning, so I'm actually not going to add anything to that. And then the Reliance trial was discussed, and Rich actually helped me with that today because he mentioned the distributed regression piece of this, which I think would be very helpful. I'll also mention that this is also a good example of the fact that hybrid approaches are really critical in the real-world evidence space, because one thing 21st Century Cures did not do is it did not change our approval standards. So the reference standard remains a traditional clinical trial, and whatever you develop in the real-world space needs to be able to provide substantial evidence, just like that trial would have. So you can see there's just a lot of data sources we're using over here to try to back this up. Patient report, EHR, and CMS claims from FDA Catalyst. Finally, the Office of New Drugs is working with the Office of Medical Policy on a program to look at the feasibility of using just secondary data for effectiveness purposes. They're engaged with the Sentinel system with cohort characterization, development and preliminary validation of potential endpoints, and there's a plan to hopefully prospectively pre-replicate the Reliance trial before the Reliance trial is done. And then there'll be 2 additional observational comparative effectiveness studies. So in conclusion, I just say, the framework serves as our roadmap. Real-world evidence is definitely a top FDA priority. We're committed to understanding the full potential. And really, FDA Catalyst in particular, but the Sentinel initiative and Sentinel system more broadly are just critical resources for our efforts to understand these issues. And the knowledge that we've taken from that has actually helped us in our review of actual supplements that are coming in now, because it really helps to review things when you have first-hand experience with the things you're reviewing. Thanks.
Thank you very much. June? Very concise.
Just get these lower. Okay. Thank you. I'm really happy to be here today and update everyone on what's going on with the Foundation's IMEDS program. And I really want to congratulate all the Sentinel folks, particularly in the movie slide, for building a scientific community. It's great in itself, but also really helps the Foundation as far as us doing our work as well. Sorry. So just for those of you who are not familiar with IMEDS, it's a public-private partnership that the Foundation coordinates. And as you heard many times, when Sentinel was being built, FDA wanted it to be a broader resource and had looked at the Foundation to become a framework or entry point for industry and other researchers to make use of the data. And so mainly for the analysis of medical products, but the important part is we really do collaborate with existing Sentinel partners, both the Analytics Center and data partners. So just a little bit about roles and responsibilities. It's a little bit different than some other collaborations and takes some getting used to for folks who enter the first time. So the Operations Center in this case is located at the Foundation. We facilitate the projects. We put together all the SOPs and the contracts and the financing and the legal compliance and, you know, do the initial project vetting, education, and customer service. The Analytics Center is the same for Sentinels at Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. And their responsibility is coordinating all the analytical activities and providing a lot of the methodological expertise. And I should also acknowledge have been great in helping me at the foundation in the educational aspect of how the data really works. And then our group of data partners, a group of the Sentinel data partners who have an interest in collaborating on the types of studies that we do. And you know, we're moving on so that they can have a larger role in the studies as well. And then the project sponsors who are either industry or non-industry groups. And I should say currently we're only working with industry groups. Here's a list of the IMEDS data partners. And I just wanted to mention in passing, we also have access to CMS data for the right study, even though they're not really contracted as a data partner per se. And in fact, we are doing our first study with CMS data now. So there's a lot of different types of activities that can be conducted using IMEDS. Protocol development and assessment, customized studies, including adjunct tools, and I would refer to, you know, the kind of an example that David just gave with the patient-reported outcomes tool or My Studies app, validating studies with patient records, drug utilization effectiveness, compare outcomes across patient groups, fulfill regulatory obligations, and characterize populations that are otherwise hard to reach. This is a quick overview when we do a full EPI study. The first phase would be working with the sponsor and the data partners on protocol development and assessment. Once the protocol is accepted by the regulator, we would move on to a descriptive analysis and then on to an inferential or protocol-based assessment. It could be supplemented by a validation study, a registry, or you know, depending on what the study is. Every study is very customized. It isn't necessarily linear. Sometimes these phases can overlap. And they don't all have to be done, though descriptive analysis is generally done before the inferential. So as an update on what we have completed and are currently working on, most folks know that Pfizer did pilot study, I think it was back in 2016. It was before I arrived at the foundation. And that has been made public. And last year, Eli Lilly did a descriptive analysis with us for a new drug resubmission. And in fact, that PI was up here last year to tell you about it. Currently, we're doing 3 PMR and or PASS studies, and they're expected to last you know, anywhere from 3 to 5 years, and we're contracting for a couple other studies now. I wanted to mention, we did a survey at the beginning of the year to get a sense of a company's thought process when choosing a database, trying to figure out when companies might be interested in IMEDS and what the reasons might be for that. So we had 12 options, 12 was other, and the top 6 ranked by 15 companies, not surprisingly, are the size of the database and quality of the data. I wasn't so sure people thought, you know, the ability to meet short timelines and deliverables was part of what we were offering, but they do. And I should say our study teams go out of the way to really try and meet, say, a protocol deadline or so on. Obviously, because FDA uses and have confidence in the system is a great motivating factor for industry. And it's great that people recognize the foundation has really worked hard in streamlining the processes. So when a company wants to use IMEDS, they contract just with the foundation. The groundwork is already laid with contracts with all of our partners. So you can plug in pretty easy. And then, of course, the expertise of our partners, which without we would not have a program. So looking forward, I think we feel confident that we've put together initial processes with these, few studies that we took on. And we're looking forward now to what's next, just as Sentinel is. And so we want to consider ways to enhance and expand the program, whether that be new methods, data, tools, or partnerships. And we have an IMED steering committee that is providing advice to the foundation, particularly in those areas. And we're looking to them for advice really on sustainability and growth. I also want to say that aside from these regulatory required studies, I think IMEDS has a unique position in providing opportunities for pre-competitive collaborations from multiple companies. And I want to give you an example of something we're in the process of doing right now. And I know there's been a lot of discussion today of health outcomes of interest. So we're discussing a project for HOI to harmonize development of a validated set of outcomes in multiple databases, which can be done in a distributed database like ours. I'll try and rush a little bit. It would be standardized, high quality research, which everyone wants. And it also meets the goal of our IMEDS partnership to use FDA's tools, and the network to evaluate safety concerns. So, as I said, it's a pre-competitive collaborative project. We currently have a dozen companies who are interested in providing input. And of course, one of the main reasons is to leverage Sentinel's validation experience. There's 2 phases to the study, and the first would be a landscape analysis with literature review, including Sentinel validations, ICD-9, ICD-10, algorithms, and portability of the ICD-9s. And then the second phase would be a validation study of chart review and adjudication. So with these dozen companies, we're currently in the process of thinking about what sort of outcomes we might look at. And these are the top 6 right now. They have not been vetted, and the environmental scan has not been done, but just sort of a flavor of what the group is looking at, and we're still discussing. The purpose would be to, really help establish best practices on HOI and play a key role validating algorithms across the Sentinel network, validating them for a number of uses. And, a lot of these companies will have their first experience working with the Sentinel network and collaborating with our data partners. So, I think Commissioner Gottlieb said this very well when he testified in July. FDA is confident that IMED sponsors will play a key role in shaping the future of evidence generation. And, the foundation is very, honored to help support FDA's work in this area. And we could not do it without all of our partners at the Analytics Center and our data partners who really have the commitment and expertise to support us and our sponsors. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, June. And next is Betsy.
Okay. So there we go. Oops, I went too far. I need to go back. So thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today and talk about PCORNet. And that's the Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Network, which was funded initially through PCORI, and then the funding continued through the People-Centered Research Foundation. So this slide's showing you the different sites that we have throughout the country. So the larger blue is really showing the names of the networks, and then underneath that are the names of the sites. And I think there's a couple of really key points about this. One is the diversity of the settings. So when you think about the framework of real-world evidence and the opportunity to be looking at data from diverse places, diverse patient populations, you can see the coverage and the varying types of networks ranging from federally qualified health centers, primary care settings, regional hospitals, and very large health systems, as well as academic institutions. We also have 2 health plan partners that we work very closely with. And one of the things that this type of network gives us a distinct advantage is really being able to directly contact patients and having close relationships with clinicians to really implement studies in a very pragmatic way, and I'll give you an example in just a minute. We have coverage for over 100 million individuals through PCORNet right now. So when you think about the strategic aims for Sentinel and the focus on the data platform and the linkages, if you look at the puzzle pieces here, the green pieces are the core. We have a common data model that Rich Platt and others have referenced throughout the day. And the green are the electronic health record data that all of us bring in. Monthly, some people bring it in weekly or daily. It does vary depending on the data mart and the site. So we have lab data, blood pressure, a range of clinical information, also linked to claims data. The most prominent, of course, is Medicare and Medicaid data linkages, but we also have some commercial data linkages, particularly with our health plan partners. Patients are geocoded to a 9-digit zip, and then we also have tumor registry data, social determinants of health data, genomic, and other information. The grayed areas, though, indicate that that is not complete through all the data marts. But in the aggregate, we have very rich information, both linked to electronic health record and claims for 100 million individuals. I'm just showing a mother-baby illustration. This came up a lot during the day because of maternal substance use, infant exposure. This is just an example using the One Florida Clinical Research Network, which is the network that I am the PI for. And this is illustrating using that network where, if you look at the first map, that's showing where mothers are that have used prescription opioid drugs, and this is using EHR and claims data for documentation around opioid use. And then the second map is showing where babies are born with neonatal abstinence syndrome. Interestingly, or maybe not surprisingly, the colors correspond to more of our rural areas within Florida. But also because we have linked mother-baby data, we also have substance tests and the actual results for the mother and baby by the type of drug that mom was taking and then what we saw with the baby. And we also have just added linkages now to our Early Steps program so that we can now look at long-term outcomes and looking at how these children are doing during their early development as they move into the early steps. The other example I want to give, this is one that was a study that we undertook across all of PCORNet. I want to thank my colleagues at Duke and Adrian Hernandez for sharing these slides. This is looking at adaptable. And this study, the goal was to enroll over 16,000 individuals nationally to look at doses of aspirin across for people with coronary artery disease. And we right now are a little over 13,000 people enrolled. And I like this slide in the next one on adaptable because it illustrates a lot of the capabilities within PCORNet that are a really good fit with a lot of the initiatives around real-world evidence. The first is that we did direct participant recruiting because we were able to contact the patients and the close access we have to patients and clinicians. We also did recruiting in clinic settings. There was follow-up through portals as well as warm contact approaches from research coordinators. Our primary endpoints were to look at mortality, bleeding, MI, and stroke. So we had the ability to really look at a robust set of outcomes. So what we did with multiple data sources is we used our electronic health record data that we all have through our different networks in the PCORNet Common Data Model. We also were able to work with CMS and have the Medicare data as well as other health plan data through our health plan partners. And then algorithms were used to look at endpoint identification. And then that was fed into the overall trial information. There also are patient-reported outcome events, and those were reconciled against the EHR data and against the health plan data that was provided either from CMS or our health plan partners. And the interesting part, while the patient-reported outcomes are extremely important, the reconciliation of them is very interesting. So if you look at the purple, it says patient-reported event reconciliation, the reason for hospitalization, and then the confirmation rate. So For example, I was surprised by this, but there was only a 56% agreement roughly between patients who had a CABG and the patient understanding or reporting that that's what they had. So the agreement rates were, in some instances, I thought surprisingly low. But this really gives a very robust picture now for us to look at endpoints. So Adaptable is just one illustration of the studies that we're doing within the network. We do have a variety of quality checks in place as well as reusable tools, including quarterly data refreshes at minimum, but at many sites are doing weekly and monthly checks. We do refreshes. We have 30 data quality checks that are verified through the coordinating center at Duke. And we have really had an ongoing process of improved data quality as well as enhancing the data elements. And we're now onto the Common Data Model 5.0, which is very robust in terms of lab and clinical information. We have menu-driven query options. We do have a variety of modular programs so that we can look at very complex cohort logic. There's an example here about looking at statin prescriptions that we ran for a recent study and work that we're doing in the statin space. And then we also have modules for cohort identification. And that allows us to really be very specific and very precise about the characteristics of the cohort and where to reach out to them, as well as the clinicians caring for them, so that direct contact can follow through for pragmatic clinical trials. This is just an example of a computable phenotype that we have done, and you saw many examples during the day, so I won't spend a whole lot of time on this, but this was looking at resistant hypertension. It was conducted by our colleagues at the University of Florida in the College of Pharmacy. And so this is just showing, looking at drug exposure. It was used initially in the One Florida data set, and then the query was created and deployed throughout the PCORNet sites nationally. And it was looking at blood pressure requiring 4 or more hypertensive drugs or a certain blood pressure level, and then looking at how often the patients met the criteria during certain intervals. And then this was also validated using medical record reviews. The graphic is also showing you I2B2. Some sites have centralized data models, and One Florida is one of them. And so there are instances of I2B2 that allow for self-service queries to make some initial look at cohorts or issues very rapid and very accessible. So in terms of next steps, we have partnerships with very engaged networks, everywhere from the researchers to patient representatives to the clinicians to the health system leaders. And I think that is really important to facilitate the rapid research process and pragmatic research process. We have research-ready data to allow for the design of studies in a very effective way, and along with identifying the cohorts. And our recruitment methods that we've been using, and we've shown this through multiple studies, I only highlighted Adaptable, but we have been doing work for other trials, including Invested, Reliance. David mentioned some in his presentation. And we have been finding that our recruitment methods through both warm contact approaches, electronic outreach, have really been much better compared to historical standards, and our retention of patients in studies has been excellent. We are really well positioned in terms of both prospective and observational studies, patient-reported outcomes. And then we do have very engaged health systems that have been really supportive and actively participating in the studies that both PCRF, PCORI, and our partners throughout PCORNet have brought to the table. And we also have research-ready data for surveillance and reporting. So those are our next steps that we want to continue to develop and work towards, and we thank you.
Thanks very much, Betsy. Great, thanks. And Anne?
Excellent. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here today and represent Takeda and give a voice to industry in this very important discussion. So I just joined Takeda quite recently, and I head up the Data Sciences Institute, which encompasses many of the data-driven sciences, as you might expect, within Takeda. And one of those groups is our Global Outcomes Research and Epidemiology Group, headed by Kathleen Gondek. And I just want to acknowledge the support and help her folks and her group have given me in preparation for this talk today. And these are my disclosures. Of course, my opinions are my own and don't represent anything official from Takeda. So Takeda has a very long and proud history. It's founded 230 years ago, and it really has been built on its values. And the values are called Takeda-isms. It took me a while to get used to that word. But at the heart of that is integrity, and integrity is fundamental to everything we all do here in this room. And interestingly at Takeda, our priorities do drive much of our everyday work. And it's not just the 4 priorities as you see here, but it's the order of the priorities. And you can see that actually putting the patient at the center comes first for Takeda. And we believe that if we do that, the rest, trust, reputation, and business will follow. And so it's with that context we're actually really excited by the expansion and evolution of the Sentinel network, because we really believe and agree with many of the other speakers that Sentinel's expanding vision can really help serve patients better. And the strategic aims that have been laid out repeatedly by different speakers today really ultimately will help patients in their use of the drugs that we provide for them. And there's no need to tell anybody in this room, but traditionally drug development incorporates data coming from our preclinical systems, our clinical trial data, and that's what goes into our submission. But now with the expanded mandate, we hope to see real-world data coming into those submissions as well. And in so doing, we would be helping the FDA meet their 21st Century Cures mandate by inclusion of those data in submissions and in labeling requirements. So we are actually quite confident that we can help FDA meet its mandate and use the Sentinel system in this way, because actually we at Takeda have been doing many of these things already. As you can see here from this slide, that the majority of the data partners, over 70%, are currently used by Takeda through independent contracts during our drug development process for many uses beyond safety. And so what I'd like to do in the next 2 slides is to cover 2 broad examples as to how we're using these data partners within Takeda today. So the first broad example is really around choosing the correct patient population, around patient diagnosis and getting the right patients into our clinical trials. And this is particularly important for patients with rare diseases. As most of you know, and as recently highlighted by the Global Commission to End the Odyssey, the Diagnostic Odyssey for Rare Diseases, many of these patients take a very, very long time to get diagnosed. And that is an issue for the patient, and it's also an issue for us in pharma, and it should be an issue for all of you in the room, this diagnostic odyssey that patients go on. And so what I'd like to share with you as a first example here is how we've used some of the newer technology that has been talked about extensively today, both artificial intelligence and natural language processing, to better define patient populations. So in this particular case, we were able to take data from a claims database and use artificial intelligence to help pull out patients there that were suffering from this rare disease, hereditary angioedema. And when we used that data set and looked for confirmatory cases, we actually turned up 24 subjects that we could confirm simply using the claims database. However, when we took data, the physician's notes, and we used natural language processing to help read those notes, and we looked there for confirmatory evidence, we turned up 22 patients with confirmed evidence. But most interesting of all, when we were able to directly link these 2 data sources together, we were now able to get up to 130 confirmed cases of HAE, which is a huge finding in the area of a rare disease. And what this means is that we can use this technology to now find and recruit suitable patients into our trials and make sure these patients are getting the treatments that they need in the future. We've used similar techniques in another disease, this time not a rare disease, but quite a common disease for GERD. But we used similar techniques, again, to identify suitable patient cohorts. In this case, we had a prior hypothesis that patients that were partial responders to standard of care would perform better and respond better to the new treatment than those that were non-responders. And so using artificial intelligence, we were able to define specific patient characteristics that could distinguish these two populations. And this led to us, again, being able to recruit a suitable patient population into our trial. And we think this linked pairage of the data sources gives us great opportunity, and it's something that we really see as real potential within the Sentinel system to really use this for patient identification and for diagnosis. Now, the second example I'd like to highlight is a slightly different example, and this time it's focusing on disease-specific PRO data. And in this particular case, we again used multiple data sources, and you can see here the range of data sources that we used. We used claims databases, EHRs, patient survey data, and chart reviews. But very importantly, we were able to get the registry from a patient advocacy group where they had developed a PRO for this particular disease. And so using all of these data sources, we were able to pull out the most important aspects of the disease for the patient. So we were able to get the patient voice into our clinical trials through the development of a specific PRO for this disease. Now, multiple data sources allowed us to do this, but what we would really love is if all these multiple data sources were linked either through a probabilistic model or deterministic model to allow us to do even more with these data than we can already. And again, we see this as great potential within the Sentinel system if we're able to get to this stage. I could go on and on with examples of what we've used and what we think it could be used for. We've listed here some of the areas that we think it could be important in, and many of these are actually covered in the FDA's framework document for real-world evidence. But one thing just to highlight where we really see potential is in the very long-term tracking of patients, be it through continuance of pragmatic trials or in the use to help look at potentially curative therapies. We think it really has real potential in those spaces. But in order for the Sentinel system to fulfill this whole potential, the evolution that we've been talking about today would need to continue, would need to happen. And we've highlighted here some areas that we think would need to evolve in order for industry to be able to more fully participate in this system. So first of all, in an ideal world, we would have direct linkage between all the different data sources. But failing that, we really need to have really robust methods to account for the patient journey through the multiple data partners that we know happens amongst all the different data sources here in the US. And this is particularly important. I've shared a couple of rare disease examples. This is particularly important in rare disease, where duplicative patients could have a profound effect on the outcome. The second area we want to highlight is around governance. And so up to now, everything in the Sentinel system has been done in a very transparent manner. However, for industry to participate, we'll need to consider the pre-competitive versus competitive landscape that we need to operate in for our business model to survive. Secondly, we think there needs to be equality of voice at the table amongst all stakeholders, and we need to have a seat at the table for that. And thirdly, we would like to advocate for the development of additional public-private partnerships and the use of CROs as core coordinating centres so that specialist and more extensive methodologies and approaches could be used for some of the analytics that need to be undertaken. And finally, we really are admirable of the FDA for the guidance and the deep expertise that they have both within CBER and CDER and CDRH in this topic. But we really would ask you to put out clear and consistent guidance so that we can follow it, and also internally that when we approach different divisions and different levels, that we're able to get a consistent message for this novel technology that we really want to embrace. And lastly, I just want to say thank you to the FDA for hosting this meeting today and giving us this opportunity to engage. And we look forward to engaging with you in the future as a collective group and sharing our experience and expertise that we've developed to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Anne. So next is Toba.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the efforts that we are having at CBER in what we call capturing patient inputs to inform the regulation of medical products and how we are leveraging Sentinel and BEST to do so. Oops. Okay. So in recent years, the FDA has been emphasizing patient engagement and the use of patient input to inform regulatory decision-making. So there has been several efforts in this direction, from the patient-focused drug development for drugs and biologics to the quantitative elicitation of patient preferences for medical devices. Several guidances documents related to the capture of patient input are being developed currently under PDUFA. So there are multiple aspects to patient experience data, ranging to the patient journey, treatment burden, patient and disease burden, to the most sophisticated patient preferences. When we talk about patient preferences, we mean how patients trade off the benefits of some treatments in exchange for risks of the same treatments. So we at the Office of Biostatistics and Epidemiology at CBER are building a program called the Science of Patient Input. And that program aims to capture patient preference information for CBER products. So we define them as patient preference information, or PPI, and also patient-reported outcomes. So there are multiple uses of patient input in the regulatory arena. You know, you can use patient experiment and patient input to help trial design, to help to define endpoints and to select endpoints for patient treatments. We can use it for regulatory reviews and to assess how the patients trade-off benefits and risks of certain treatments for approval of medical products, and also for post-market surveillance, including the benefit-risk assessments. So we at the Office of Biostatistics and Epidemiology are conducting several patient input projects using Sentinel and BEST information. Last year, 2018, we conducted a mobile app feasibility project with Harvard Pilgrim. So our questions were if we could identify a patient cohort that was of interest to CBER related to some of the treatments that we had in-house. And also we wanted to see if we could use the My Studies app to collect patient input from this cohort. And finally, we wanted to know if the data partners would be interested in participating in patient study using the My Studies app. So at that time, our cohorts of interest were 4 types of patients. We were interested in patients with hemophilia, patients who had sickle cell disease, given the gene therapies treatment for sickle cell disease. We were interested in patients with hereditary retinal dystrophy and also brittle diabetes, in other words, treatment-resistant diabetes. With all these types of patients, we decided that hemophilia A and B was the only cohort in which was feasible to use the Sentinel to collect patient input, given the time and cost constraints, given the available tools we had at that time. We couldn't use de novo programming. So what happens is we found a reasonable size cohort with patients with hemophilia. We identified them. We tried to use the My Studies app, and the study app could display the most PRO survey questions. However, it could not display the graphs that were necessary for you to conduct a patient preference study. Also, 5 out of the 6 data partners that we consulted were interested in further discussions about the patient input study. Currently, we are conducting 3 patient preference studies using BEST. One is for patients who have osteoarthritis of the knees. We collaborating with RTI Health Solutions. We conducted a patient preference study with Duke University on sickle cell disease, and we are conducting a study with hard-to-control type 1 diabetes with the University of California, San Francisco. So basically, these patient preference studies, what we are doing, we are defining attributes of the treatments that we have in-house with CBER products for osteoarthritis, for sickle cell disease, and for hard-to-control diabetes type 1. And we want to get input from the patients about the trade-offs between benefits and risks of these treatments. So these studies are being conducted at this time. We don't have the results yet. So finalizing our experience, we need from Sentinel and from BEST, in order to collect patient input, access to vulnerable populations such as the elderly and children. We need access to patients with rare diseases. Most of the therapies that we have in CBER, particularly the advanced therapies, deal with rare diseases. And these patients are very hard to find, and we really need input from these patients, particularly when we are considering those treatments that have high benefits but very high risks. We need to access pregnant women, immunocompromised persons, and we need to identify appropriate cohorts by confirming the clinical diagnosis. So basically, that's what I had to say. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Shobha. And next is Art.
I wanted to thank Mark and Greg for the invitation. I know in Mark's head I'm still associate professor because you knew me 10 years ago. Thanks FDA, of course, Greg and Denitza, and thank you Adam, and thank you Kara for being patient with me with last minute slides. Would like to share some of our infrastructure developments within MD-EpiNet with its 10-year history now, and many of our networks are inspired by the Sentinel concepts and philosophy, and MD-EpiNet grew as an organization and as a concept and as a discipline along with the Sentinel, and I think it would be really relevant for us to give credit, and important to us, give credit to Sentinel tools and methodology. Next. I can advance myself. So what is MD-EpiNet? It's an organization that is a global public-private partnership that we envisioned 10 years ago, and to advance national and international patient-centered medical device evaluation and surveillance. In many ways, we view MD-EpiNet as an organization that will help us build the discipline of medical device outcomes research and epidemiology. We have been growing in the past 10 years internationally, launching chapters in Australia, in Europe, the UK, a lot of interest in Japan this year. And we're also trying to get access collaboratively with our chapters and partners to many big data sources within Europe and Australia and North America. So our current objectives, and one of the major focus areas, is to build coordinated registry networks. That's what I'll be talking about next. Really this conceptual framework that comes out of the inspiration from also Sentinel is to leverage the routinely collected data in a country or national investments made already in a country and facilitate creation of the research and surveillance network, and with the knowledge and expertise of clinicians and surgeons and interventionists to be able to look at the safety and effectiveness of medical products, particularly medical devices and related health technologies. We're also very dedicated to develop new methodologies that will support this use of real-world evidence and do the studies that can be illustrating this concept. And finally, a very important component of our work is to support our NEST, National Evaluation System of Health Technologies, and coordinating center in building the NEST. We currently have 15 coordinated registry networks, national and international in scope, and you can see we're targeting really those areas where it's device heavy or technology heavy, orthopedics, vascular, prostate ablation devices, women's health, breast implants, hernia repair devices, mostly mesh related, cardiac devices, neurology, temporomandibular joint devices, catheters for major IV access, and we're also building international consortia. We're talking about 2 of them today. So conceptually, what we're trying to build as a CRN is this community of clinicians and methodologists and data owners that can come together and appreciate the conceptual framework here that builds on, again, registries or related data sources as a core and then linkages, but most importantly, the process of engaging patients, engaging other stakeholders, and developing the community of like-minded people who can work together to develop this infrastructure. Because no matter how many data sources you have access to, exciting new methodologies that you can implement, if you can't win the hearts of the clinicians, surgeons, and interventionists, I don't think your process and a project and an infrastructure will succeed. So we did through Delphi process when we start targeting a particular clinical area to develop core minimum data, develop registries if needed, if there are certain areas where they require registry building. And then if there is a registry already in place, we start running a pilot project so that everybody can learn about capacity and potential for this kind of network that we built and expand and advance from that. Really important is linkages to data sources such as CMS data and private insurer data sources. We've been making important investments in accessing these data and working with partners. We heard in a discussion before our panel about availability of these data. Unfortunately, it's not that easy and simple to access these data. We still have the delays. I mean, the CMS contractors maybe can access them with very short delay, but they're not allowed necessarily to work with clinicians and work with the academic institutions setting up these analytic projects and surveillance projects. So I think there's a lot of challenges remaining in working with these big data and partnering. We often acquire these data sources to create the infrastructure that needs to be implemented with CRNs, coordinated registry networks. As an example of the Delphi process, I'm sure many of you are familiar with it, but I view this as a community building exercise. We bring analytic people, we bring stakeholders together, we run the expert panel discussions, and importantly involve all the societal leaders and data owners and patient groups so that everyone is on the same page, what kind of data needs to be collected and why and how. And then we provide feedback to them of what they responded and try to manage the process so that we lead to much more pragmatic core minimum data definition so that it's not in hundreds of elements and inefficiencies that then won't be really working out in real world settings. So it's really important to manage the process in a way that will lead to a manageable number of elements, non-burdensome, and still pragmatic enough to address safety and effectiveness of health technologies and devices. Here's an example of learning from Sentinel, in fact, and developing distributed network model. Working with international registries in orthopedics, we developed a distributed data analysis model. You already know about this model from Sentinel. It's a very specific implementation from 6 countries. We'll look at the metal on metal hips in this particular example and look at the outcomes after metal on metal hips use versus commonly used metal on polyethylene implants, that highly cross-linked polyethylene implants. And within these international collaboratives, which stands for ICOR, International Consortium of Orthopedic Registries, we looked at the outcomes over time, and first time, I think, internationally implemented a distributed analysis that has shown that the events start accumulating after 2 years related to metal-on-metal implants, not immediately. So that was really informative for also FDA to make decisions about metal-on-metal implants. We also use the claims data. I think we can be creative in many instances to use the claims data to look at the safety and effectiveness of medical devices. I highlighted a few studies shamelessly from our own group looking at the claims data used for mesh implants and reoperation rates and also erosion rates associated with mesh implants. Number of publications and also related to long-term events such as understanding if mesh itself leads to some cancer or autoimmune disease. Sentinel tools that we have also been involved and developed, in fact, is anonymous linkage of distributed databases that's been specifically funded by Sentinel, and Weill Cornell was the lead for linking this data from orthopedic registry to HealthCore data, which is one of the Sentinel partners. We successfully implemented a hashing algorithm, and this was early years of anonymous linkages. I think there's a lot more progress in this space now, but the methodology itself led to our linkage models, such as in this case in the vascular coordinated registry network development, when we linked the registry data from Vascular Quality Initiative, a registry a quality system within vascular community, to Medicare data and commercial claims data, all payer data from the New York State. While registry captures only 1 year outcome, we're able to get 5+ years follow-up. In another instance that led to AJRR, American Joint Replacement Registry, developing its own model of data linkages, we pilot tested the linkage with the New York State data, and we validated and created a methodology so that the registry can implement this in future. So we have multiple uses for linkages. There are examples with Medicare claims data, there's state data linkages, there's linkage with EHR such as New York City CDRN data from PCORI funded CDRN, and also linkages with clinical trial data now with registry to validation of claims. Finally, we have been investing in a Hive initiative, in a Hive platform so that we can have a flexible and high capacity environment to offer our partners to do multiple projects simultaneously and be able to do in a distributed fashion and decentralized fashion, because again, from MD EpiNet Coordinating Center perspective, we want all the partners to be able to access the data and be able to implement research studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thank you all. It's pretty impressive to see just how much of the large-scale work that's going on broadly today around real-world evidence generation is linked in some way to the Sentinel Foundation and ongoing work. Because our panelists, although we have a lot of them and a lot of these Sentinel extensions, because they were so efficient, we actually do have some time for questions and discussion. If you look at the agenda, it says we end this session at 4. My closing remarks are definitely not going to take 15 minutes, so we will end on time, but I'd like to take advantage of this unique group we have up here to talk a little bit more about Sentinel extensions and moving beyond safety surveillance. So if there are any questions, please head up to the microphone. In the meantime, I wanted to ask you all more directly about that. We gave you each only 7 minutes, and you had a lot to cover just talking about what's going on now and some next steps that are planned. But I wonder if any of you, or as many of you as wish to, would like to comment on what you all see as important next applications, next use cases, building on what you've done so far. And David, do you mind if I start with you?
Sure. Right. Well, I think, as I mentioned before, we've heard a lot today from different groups about the importance of sort of hybrid approaches that I think have really come up here. And so I think there's a lot of things in that area. One thing we heard about, from Talba, obviously, is patient-reported outcomes, and just people may not know this, but there was a survey done in CEDAR of sort of registrational trials over nearly a 10-year period, and 30% had clinician-reported outcomes or patient-reported outcomes, with specific prospective scales. So you're never going to get that out of a routine EHR visit in the outpatient environment where the doctor says, seeing the patient, she's still playing golf, she's doing much better, and what you really needed was some kind of rheumatology symptom severity scale, and it's not there. So I think there's potentially a lot of development potentially around some things that may be oriented towards clinicians, and we see a lot of that with sort of smart on fire apps in the EHR space. We may see development with obviously the mobile app space, and I love the way Telba sort of went through with the mobile app, like, okay, do the data support our use case before we even think about the app? Yes, for the one situation. Then the app will do certain things because it's actually based on the Apple Research Kit and Android Research Stack frameworks, and it's intended to be used, internationally by developers. But gee, if we could just visualize, or tweak our visualizations in this way. So that's why a lot of this open source is so great, because if someone wants to make that investment, you can just build on that Research Kit and Research Stack framework. So I think making things, open source as much as possible so these tools can be leveraged is great. So I think those are probably a number of the areas. And I think just in general, you'll find that when you do this work, a number of the speakers have highlighted, it's really critical to involve patients at the beginning, on the research teams. And I think that's really critical. And then, there's just a lot of logistical issues with prospective work. I'm going to steal 2 seconds to just make a pitch for FDA too, which is my colleague from Takeda said we'd love to see harmonized guidance. And I did just want to mention that guidance from CDRH will obviously be different from guidance under 21st Century Cures for drugs and biologics because of different approval standards and different basically legal frameworks. But the guidance for drugs and biologics that is due at the end of 2021 is intended to be aligned, and we're working very closely, both CDER and CBER. And despite the fact that there's a different framework, we still actually have liaisons with CDRH. We have CDRH representation on our work groups. So it's a great point, and we just want to let you know that we're sensitive to that.
And all on schedule, it sounds like, too. Yeah. Other comments?
I just, I know Art closed with talking about the importance of the clinicians, and we really have found this in a lot of the work that we're doing through PCORNet. And so that component of clinician engagement and how the studies will fit into their workflow, combined with a variety of strategies that we're using to do engage patients, I think that's something that's really critical and that we can't lose sight of. And so our engagement strategies really are focused on patients, clinicians, as well as our health system leaders, because the health systems have to support the studies too.
If I can add, I think that the NLP methodology and that we implement within EHRs now to identify sort of products, and I think there are limits to that often, particularly for medical devices and health technologies. I think more work is needed in that space. I know UDI implementation is really critical, so we're all trying to make the case for UDI to be implemented for devices that will enable us at least to have somewhere in a health system readily available data that we can also link to and take advantage of that data. Again, I mean, medical devices and health technologies, I think, have not been major part of the Sentinel before, but I think MD-EpiNet's experience and infrastructure building can be really helpful now to collaborate and bring that collaboration to the next level. I think we took some of the tools to next level with MD-EpiNet achievements, and I'd love to see that happen in the next phase.
So first of all, thank you. Delighted to hear about that. And so what we would like to do is, we would love it when we go to an agency meeting and we say, we have met your evidentiary standards. You laid out these 3 criteria in your real evidence framework. We've met it. Here we go. We want to use real-world evidence in this way for this clinical development program. We would love it if we had a robust discussion on the spot and the door was open for those discussions. That's what we would really like to see.
Sorry, I'll respond immediately.
Good for you.
No, that's great. And just so the way we're trying to manage that is I believe you mentioned obviously so CDER is the largest of the medical product centers, and it's culture change in any large organization takes time, and so there's we've heard about a variation among divisions. I'd like to mention, though, that it's not just an issue of size and culture change. There are obviously different information needs in different therapeutic areas. And so since the approval standards haven't changed, those information needs also often don't change. It's a question of how do you translate those information needs into the real-world evidence environment. And so what we have done internally is we have the Medical Policy and Program Review Committee, which is a committee that's jointly chaired by the leader of the Office of New Drugs and the leader of the Office of Medical Policy, and it has representatives, sort of senior representatives from all of the offices that you would expect to be involved in this type of question, so biostatistics, regulatory policy, new drugs, surveillance and epidemiology, medical policy. And we are actually engaging with every new real-world evidence submission that comes in the door. We do anticipate there will be some guidance coming out. So when you see the first guidance coming from FDA, it's not all of the 21st Century Cures guidance telling you what to do, so don't get too excited and tweet about it. But it is something that is equally important, which is some guidance where you can help us by flagging submissions that contain real-world evidence at the point of entry to FDA. We also have a real-world evidence. If you basically Google, FDA, CDER, real-world evidence, hopefully you'll get to we have sort of this group inbox where you can sort of say, okay, we sent our submission in, but also email us to ping us and make sure that we kind of have all our systems and all the right people kind of alerted and involved. So we're trying to address that, recognizing again that the divisions have legitimate information needs and sometimes different therapeutic area considerations.
Tell that it's a nice goal or vision to have, and it's also impressive just how much from David's comments and others earlier today, Denise and others, how much effort is going into trying to develop these capabilities. As you said, David, it's there are some traditional standards out there, and making sure that the data, the methods, everything that the three components mentioned in the real-world evidence framework are really being met, and what that means to product developers. I think that's going to be an area of obviously continued focus in the coming months, in addition to that upcoming guidance and I'm sure more further steps from CDER, CBER, and NCDRH. Another plug, we will be doing another meeting later this year with FDA on real-world evidence and have some related activities underway too. It's really a lot of opportunities. Before I close out this question, others who want to comment on next steps and moving
I just
beyond?
wanted to add to everything that's done. We at CBER particularly interested in rare diseases and the small populations, and these tools can be of tremendous support to build natural history studies, to build control groups, that was mentioned, and we really need to improve the capability of reaching this, what we call hard to reach populations. They can provide a wealth of information to CBER and to all centers. And another possibility is to use these trackers and mobile apps to follow patients, even more than physicians, even more than the patients themselves. We have the possibility of having something connected to the patient 24/7, and that can also provide a lot of important information for not only for post-market, but for pre-market use.
That's great. Yes.
Hi, I'm Michael Minna from Center for Drugs. This question is for Dr. Hetherington. I really loved your talk. You gave some nice concrete recommendations at the end, and I just wanted to say that we're sensitive to this idea that industry has a seat at the table. And I wanted to give another chance to dig a little bit deeper into that. And what would success look like to you there for industry participation in Sentinel?
So I think it's hard for me to define that clearly, but certainly, first of all, the conversation today is excellent. It's a really, and I know this is building on other work that has been done, but continuing to engage like this. And then also around the overall decisions around the infrastructure and around the use of the development of public-private partnerships, just being able to participate in those discussions and those decisions. I think that would be a good first step. I think it's hard for me to define overall success, but I think just having a seat at the table to start with, we would be happy with that to get going.
I'd like to mention for IMEDS, many of the issues came up with in terms of transparency and all of that we go through. These studies are proprietary. They want to hire us as a vendor. We're not a vendor. It's a collaboration. The epidemiologists get it, but the legal counsel don't. But I do think that building those larger collaboratives where industry and all of us can work together, sort of help build that trust a bit more. And, you know, when it works, it's great.
Yeah.
And sorry, just to comment on, many of us have been involved in IMI, and so we know these big collaborations are possible. They require quite a bit of infrastructure, but we know they're possible. And I think that experience will bode us well for the future.
It really is impressive to see how much activity and interest there is. And you know, when I asked about moving beyond and next opportunities, you all not only answered that question pretty robustly, and picking up on Michael's question too. I think, you know, looking beyond having those kind of well-aligned, clear meetings on these topics with FDA to actual additional, since there are some already, label expansion indications and so forth, you know, real regulatory actions based on a more substantial use of the potential of real-world evidence described here, you know, is pretty impressive. But I also appreciate the very realistic approach that you all have taken on practical issues, ranging from, you know, outcome validation to linkages across data sets, overlap. It gets to be a bigger and bigger problem as you have more and more data sets with millions of observations, as well as the importance of both clinician and patient engagement. And this is getting to be a pretty robust foundation, real foundation for real-world evidence. So I want to thank you all for that. And Denisa, you're going to get the last question.
Thank you, Mark. My question has to do with the international space, and maybe I'll start with Art, and if other folks would like to contribute, that would be great as well. So last December, MD EpiNet International Chapter in Australia held the first international meetings involving regulators and owners of the administrative claims data internationally to explore the boundaries around the active surveillance in those. So, Art, what is the thinking in terms of the Sentinel capacity? I know we've engaged CMS to a great deal in terms of linkages, but next steps with regard to the Sentinel capacity in the context of being part of the international active surveillance.
I can comment about the device space. Obviously, that's the place where we have been making investments in. With the Hive infrastructure that we're developing, we're building servers in multiple countries now so that we can also overcome these GDPR regulation problems in Europe. So data stays in Europe, so data stays in US, data stays in Japan, Australia, but if we can come up with a way to combine the data and bring it up in a Hive environment, create a distributed analytics, and that's a pilot is underway for that. And then after that, sort of the data goes back to the same place. It really potential way to overcome some of the regulatory hurdles. I think that can be really an exciting next step. Also, maybe in a drug space. I mean, I don't know how it works out for a drug environment, but clearly this is something we identified as an important next step for device international surveillance and research. And also, I'm just highlighting another element internationally. The registry concept has been very much embraced internationally. I think we learned a lot from Scandinavians, from UK, Australians, and I think that has a lot of also implications for rare diseases. As Telbe highlighted, I mean, rare diseases potentially are the best target maybe for the registry system and then linkages, rather than on a huge population level, try to capture 100% of populations, can target the whole, like the rare disease and enroll almost everyone into a registry if, of course, conditional upon patient's consent and stuff. So I think those models for international developments are probably something that worth considering.
And we had. Okay, and then I went for like a drug and biologic perspective on this too. So
Right.
it's come up a few times today. Yeah.
Just wanted to give a credit to CBER for actually developing Hive. Hive as an infrastructure was developed at CBER. And in fact, it had been piloted also in CDRH for a number of translational research studies. And now, as you can see, how much fruitful events are happening in the device space internationally, thanks to the actual investments from CBER.
Very, very synergistic. David?
Sure, yeah. So just in terms of your question, Denitza, about the international involvement, obviously with actual submissions, you know, that's sort of a bilateral relationship, you know, directly between the sponsor and the regulatory agency. However, there are long-standing agreements that facilitate liaison around these issues that we're all aware of between FDA and other international agencies. And so we have routine collaboration with the European Medicines Agency in particular on our drug and biologic real-world evidence issues. It's one of our, you know, through our cluster meeting system, which is a routine broad system for how FDA and EMA exchange information. And then I think about probably our first contact informally with PMDA was probably about a year ago, and we've actually just spent some time in the last few days sort of informally discussing, or I should say on a slightly more ad hoc basis, discussing formally these real-world evidence issues. So there is connection there. And then on the industry side, obviously, we see industry bringing submissions to us that involve international real-world data sources. You know, and I think there, you know, our views on that are very aligned with our views on clinical trials. We're looking for adequate and well-controlled studies. We're looking for that in traditional clinical trials. They may have international data or international sites, and the same thing is kind of the case in the real-world space. So, yes, so I think there's definitely active engagement there.
Great. And I'd like to ask our panel to stay seated for just, and all of you, or many of you, for just as many of you as possible, for just one more minute while I do a few thanks. And I'd like to start by thanking this panel for covering a wide range of issues, both the opportunities and the specific practical steps that need to be overcome for more progress on extending Sentinel beyond safety surveillance. Thank you all very much. And I'd like to now start extending those thanks to all of our speakers and panelists. We had a very rich day today. As you know, every year at this meeting, it seems like there is a lot more going on than the year before, because I think that's actually the case. As Janet noted starting out this morning, work in this area on a Sentinel Foundation around improving safety surveillance continues to expand. The science, the empirical capabilities, and the evidence continues to improve. And as you've just heard, there are a lot of extensions beyond safety as well. So thanks to all of our speakers and participants to bring those perspectives together here in one place. Also want to thank all of the partners we had at FDA in getting this event together: Bob Ball, Steve Anderson, Michael Nguyen, Greg Pappas, Sarah Azmi Bolarian, Daniela Sojanovic, and Jamila Midal. We've worked closely with them. Our team has worked closely with them over the past year to plan this event. And a special thanks to Anissa Ferguson at FDA, who drove the development of the Sentinel mobile app for this workshop, which I hope at this point most of you have downloaded. All of the workshop materials are available there, and some other useful information as well. And last, our team at Duke, Greg Daniel, Kara Merson, Sarah Sapsiri, Morgan Romine, especially Adam Atten for getting all of this together. And finally, thanks to all of you for your participation here today. Thank you. For everyone, safe travels and best wishes on this continued journey around post-market safety and better real-world evidence.
I enjoyed your talk. Oh, thanks so much.